Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we venture into the most remote and unforgiving corners of the Appalachian Mountains, where civilization fades and something far more primitive takes hold. In this episode, we will uncover 8 deeply disturbing encounters with feral human beings who have abandoned society and embraced a savage existence in the ancient wilderness. These are not legends or folklore, but documented testimonies from geologists, park rangers, hunters, and researchers who stumbled upon communities of people living in ways that defy modern understanding. Each account has been meticulously verified through cross-referenced reports, physical evidence, and witness testimonies that paint a horrifying picture of human devolution in America's last wild places. To protect the privacy and safety of those involved, certain names and specific locations have been carefully altered, but the core experiences remain untouched in all their terrifying authenticity. These survivors have chosen to share their stories as warnings to others who might venture too deep into the mountains where humanity ends and something else begins. If you are new here, make sure to subscribe to Buried Files for daily true horror content that will leave you questioning what lurks in the shadows of our world. Hit that notification bell so you never miss when we uncover the files that others tried to bury. Now let us begin our descent into the heart of Appalachian darkness. My name is Marcus Thompson, and if you are listening to this, let me say one thing up front. I am not a storyteller. I am a geologist. That means I spend my days squinting at rocky outcrops, taking core samples and running numbers on mineral content, not spinning ghost stories around the campfire. But every so often, the world reminds you that numbers cannot explain everything. Some things belong to the wilderness, and the Appalachians, ancient, lonely, and largely untamed, hide things no field manual will tell you about. It was a late October morning in 2023 when I hiked up into the Blue Ridge on assignment. My company had been contracted to survey an area for a possible pipeline expansion, and my section included a stretch of remote, rocky terrain near the Carolina border. The locals in the neighboring town of Elmswood said little about the area except that it was best left undisturbed. Some joked about mountain lions, others about something older. I tuned it all out. I had data to collect. The first thing you have to understand about this place is the silence. I do not mean the quiet of a city park or even the hush after fresh snowfall. I mean the kind of quiet that presses against your ears, making you aware of your own breathing. The wind in these mountains moves in odd currents. Sometimes a gentle sigh, sometimes a cold hand up the back of your neck. The trees here grow thick and close, their roots so tangled in the old rock that when you try to cut a trail, you end up walking in circles. That morning, the autumn leaves had already fallen in great rust red and gold mats, muffling even my own footsteps. The initial part of my hike was routine. I checked coordinates, marked outcrops, and documented a few minor landslides. About 3 miles from the main road, past an abandoned fire tower, the ground pitched downward without warning. The soil here breaks into shelves, scarred by centuries of frost and flood. My boots crunched over broken stones peppered with white bleached animal bones, deer, rabbit, raccoon, and things I could not immediately name. Then I found the entrance. It was almost by accident. The map in my hand showed a cluster of limestone shortcuts, but it did not mark this. A slit in the hill about 5 feet high and 3 feet across, half concealed by a blackberry thicket and loose scree. At first I thought it was just a failed fox den, but something about the geometry, deliberate, almost architectural, caught my attention. I set down my pack, flicked on my headlamp, and squeezed inside. Inside, the cave air was heavy, the temperature instantly dropping several degrees. The beam of my flashlight swept over rock walls mottled with veins of white and rusty orange calcite. About 20 feet in, the passage widened unexpectedly. A natural chamber maybe 15 feet across, domed overhead. Something scuttled in the darkness. I froze, breath clouding in the sudden chill. That was when I noticed two things at once. First, the scent. It was not an animal smell per se. It was wet earth, sweat, something raw and unnatural like rust and wild onions. Second, the marks. At first I thought they were petroglyphs, marks left by ancient hands, their precise meaning lost to time. But the patterns were crude, yet fresh. Long parallel scratches, shallow at either end, scored deeply into the limestone at odd intervals. There were also smudges, ashy, greasy fingerprints and 4 old, blood-darkened handprints spidered across the wall above a nest of moss and animal pelts. I felt real unease for the first time. Years of fieldwork have taught me what is and is not a bear, a wildcat, or a trespassing scavenger. But nothing I knew lined up with what I saw here. The nest, if you could call it that, was ringed not only with tufts of dry grass and leaves, but with carefully arranged bones, most of them animal, but some plainly horrifyingly human. Fingers, a jawbone, what looked like several molars embedded in a chunk of weathered gum. My rational mind insisted I was witnessing the detritus of some deranged squatter. Maybe a small-time cult or someone hiding from the world and sinking into madness. But then I heard the breathing. It came from deeper in the cave, a slow, laboring draw of air, so faint I almost missed it. My muscles locked, time stretched out. Then deliberately I stepped back, headlamp swinging, heart kicking a painful rhythm in my chest. That was when the thing moved. The barest shuffle, then a soft grunt. Not animal, not quite human. My beam caught on an eye, not the red shine of a deer nor the pale flicker of a raccoon. This was a wet, milky orb, blinkless, socketed in a gaunt, angular face streaked with dirt and tangled black hair. Its lips thinned over oversized teeth, fragments of something soft and pink hanging from its mouth. I stifled a gasp. My mind, despite everything, tried to negotiate. This was a person, after all. A desperate, starved hermit. I forced myself to speak. "Who's there? Do you need help?" My words barely echoed, dissolving in the humid dark. The being clicked its tongue rapidly, a staccato rhythm echoing against stone, its nostrils widening as if to scent me. It ducked low, frog-like, impossibly fast, hands touching the dirt as if ready to launch forward. I retreated several steps, pulse hammering in my ears. I remembered what my local contact, Joe, 60-something, lived his whole life in Elmswood, told me before I left. If you hear whistling or see shapes watching you from the tree line, do not linger, do not stare, do not try to help. I flicked my headlamp off for an instant, willing my body to quiet. When I turned it back on, the thing had crept closer, almost at the edge of the light. I could make out a twisted, splayed body, long limbs, muddy fingers, ribs showing through smudged skin. No clothes except a ragged sheet or pelt knotted at the waist. It crawled like a spider. Suddenly it screamed. The sound was nothing like a human. It started deep in the chest, then rose, ululating, hitting an octave that sent birds fleeing from trees outside. My ears rang. Instinct took over and I ran. I stumbled, lost my balance, bashed my shoulder bloody against a stone outcropping, but somehow clawed my way into the open air. Adrenaline made everything vivid. The shock of sunlight, the hiss of wind in brittle grass, the taste of bile in my throat. As I staggered back onto the trail, I heard something shuffle behind me, then impossibly a faint, mocking whistle. The same pattern I had tapped on rock as a child when I was scared of the dark. The thing was mimicking me. I ran until my legs gave out. Every bush and shadow seemed to breathe, and I found myself constantly glancing back, half convinced I was being followed. I reached half a mile down the trail before collapsing in the dry leaves. Only then, shaking, did I check my phone. No bars, no GPS signal. I forced myself to keep moving, panic rising afresh with every imagined footfall, every twig snap. Eventually, numb with fatigue, I reached my car as late afternoon light poured sideways across the mountain. I fumbled my keys, hands shaking, and started the engine. Through the rearview mirror, I caught a flicker at the edge of the woods, the shadow of something long-limbed just out of sight. I never went back. The next day, the company called. The survey was canceled, nothing further needed at my site. I told them someone was living in that cave, that it was not safe. The words felt weak, like something I should have forgotten after a sleepless night, but they have not left me. Weeks passed and I tried to forget, to rationalize. But every now and then I would get a text or call from colleagues assigned further down the escarpment. Small things at first. Missing equipment, butchered kits, GPS units ruined or stolen, weird scratches found on vehicles. Months later, Joe called me, voice hollow. "Listen, Marcus," he whispered. "They found another cave. This time there were boot prints. Not just animal ones, but both. Big, human. But the rangers said they ended halfway up a cliff wall, like whoever made them walked into thin air." "What about the person?" He paused so long I thought the line had dropped. "Wasn't just one," he finally said. "There's more than one thing living up there. And the oldest folks say some of them have been there longer than the towns. Longer than people I hung up, cold and sweating. I moved back north a few months later and changed my cell number. But sometimes, especially on autumn nights just before dark, when the wind howls through narrow valleys, I smell that mix of wet earth, sweat, and old wild onions. And I remember the watcher in the cave, waiting for darkness to fall again. If there is a lesson, it is this. Do not go inviting explanations for the unnatural. Sometimes the things that stare from the dark are not waiting to be found, and if you do find them, they will remember your face. My name is Dakota Williams, and I have been a park ranger for the Great Smoky Mountains National Park for 11 years. In that time, I have seen my fair share of dangerous wildlife, lost hikers, and emergency rescues. But nothing in my training prepared me for what happened during the third week of September 2022. What I am about to tell you goes against every official report I filed, every statement I gave to my supervisors, and every rational explanation I once believed about what lives in these ancient mountains. It started with the missing hikers. 3 separate incidents in 4 days, all along the same general area near Cataract Falls, about 7 miles into the backcountry. The first was Rebecca Martinez, a 26-year-old from Nashville who had been backpacking solo. Her tent was found intact, sleeping bag still rolled out, but her hiking boots were missing and her food cache had been completely emptied. Not by bears, though. Bears leave distinct claw marks and tear packaging apart. This was methodical, almost surgical in its precision. The second disappearance was more troubling. 2 college students from Georgia, Tyler and Amanda, had been camping together near the old logging road that cuts through Pine Creek Ridge. Their campsite looked like it had been abandoned in the middle of dinner. Canned beans still warm in the pot, flashlights still on, but both their packs were gone and their hiking poles had been snapped in half and arranged in a peculiar pattern around their extinguished fire. The pattern looked almost ritualistic, like some kind of warning or territorial marker. By the time we found the third site, I knew we were dealing with something beyond standard search and rescue protocols. An experienced outdoorsman named Frank Costello had been hiking the same trail system for 20 years. He knew these mountains better than most of the seasonal rangers. His campsite was completely destroyed, not damaged, but systematically dismantled. Every piece of equipment had been taken apart, sorted, and arranged in neat piles based on material. Metal items in one stack, synthetic fabrics in another, food containers in a third. It was the work of intelligence, not animal instinct. My supervisor assigned me to lead a 3-day search operation with 2 other rangers, hoping to find some trace of the missing hikers before the weather turned. We packed enough supplies for 5 days just in case, and set out before dawn on Thursday morning. The plan was to follow the main trail system, then branch out into the more remote areas where the disappearances had occurred. The first day yielded nothing unusual. We found the abandoned campsites I had already documented, took additional photographs, and searched the surrounding area for any signs of struggle or direction of travel. The forest felt different than usual, though. Too quiet. In 11 years of working these trails, I had never hiked for hours without hearing the standard sounds of wildlife. No bird calls, no squirrel chatter, no rustling in the underbrush. Even the insects seemed muted. That evening, we made camp at a designated backcountry site about 4 miles from the last known location of Frank Costello. As we prepared dinner, Ranger Phillips mentioned something that had been bothering him all day. He had been finding tracks, but they did not match any known wildlife in the area. They were roughly human-sized, but the gait pattern was wrong. Too long between steps, and the impression showed toes that were unusually spread, like someone who had never worn shoes. Around midnight, we heard the first call. It started as what sounded like a woman crying for help, echoing from somewhere deep in the valley below our campsite. We immediately grabbed our gear and headed toward the sound, following standard rescue protocols. But as we got closer, the voice changed. It became deeper, more guttural, and the words became less distinct. By the time we reached the area where the sound had originated, there was only silence. That was when Phillips found the first trail marker. Not an official Park Service marker, but something else entirely. A deer skull mounted on a broken tree branch, positioned at eye level and facing directly back toward our campsite. The bone had been stripped completely clean, but there were tool marks on it. Deliberate scraping and cutting that suggested the use of crude but effective implements. We followed a series of these markers for over a mile, each one more elaborate than the last. Animal bones arranged in specific patterns, strips of fabric that clearly came from hiking gear, and eventually pieces of human clothing hung from branches like primitive flags. The trail led us deeper into terrain that was not marked on any of our maps, through dense undergrowth that showed clear signs of regular travel. The path ended at a clearing that should not have existed. In the center was what I can only describe as a processing site. Large, flat rocks arranged in a circle, stained dark with what was unmistakably blood. Animal hides stretched between wooden frames made from saplings. Piles of bones sorted by type and size. And hanging from a makeshift rack constructed of branches and rope, strips of meat in various stages of drying. But it was the smell that confirmed our worst fears. Not just the metallic scent of blood or the gamey odor of wild meat. There was something else underneath it all. Something sweet and wrong that made my stomach turn. I had smelled it once before, during a recovery operation where we found a hiker who had been dead for over a week. Human decomposition has a distinct odor that you never forget. As we stood there trying to process what we were seeing, Phillips grabbed my arm and pointed toward the tree line. 3 figures stood at the edge of the clearing, barely visible in our flashlight beams. They were human in shape, but wrong in every other way. Gaunt and pale, with long matted hair and movements that were too fluid, too predatory. They wore scraps of clothing that looked like it had been assembled from multiple sources, and they carried crude weapons made from sharpened sticks and metal scavenged from camping gear. The largest of the 3 stepped forward and made a sound that was part growl, part vocalization. It was clearly some form of communication, but unlike any language I had ever heard. The other 2 responded in kind, and they began to circle our position with the coordinated precision of pack hunters. We backed toward the trail we had followed into the clearing, but one of the creatures moved to block our path. Up close, I could see that it had once been human, but years of living wild had changed it in fundamental ways. Its teeth were filed to points, its fingernails grown long and sharp, and its skin was covered in scars and primitive tattoos made from ash and blood. The standoff lasted only seconds before training took over. We fired our service weapons into the air, hoping to scare them off without causing injury. The sound echoed through the forest, and the creatures immediately scattered, disappearing into the underbrush with inhuman speed and silence. We ran. For over 2 miles, we ran through terrain that seemed designed to slow us down and separate us. Fallen logs blocked our path at regular intervals, forcing us to climb over or go around. Low-hanging branches created natural barriers that had to be navigated carefully in the dark. And all around us, we could hear them moving through the forest, staying parallel to our position but never quite visible. By the time we reached our original campsite, dawn was beginning to break through the canopy. We packed our gear in record time and hiked directly back to the ranger station, where I immediately contacted my supervisor and the county sheriff. The official report documented our discovery of what we termed an illegal hunting camp and possible poaching operation. No mention was made of the creatures we encountered or the clear evidence of human predation we had witnessed. 2 weeks later, a joint operation between Park Service personnel and federal agents returned to the site. They found nothing. The clearing had been abandoned, all evidence removed, and the trail markers had been taken down. According to the official summary, we had likely encountered a group of individuals living illegally within park boundaries who had fled when discovered. But I know what I saw, and 6 months later, when the disappearances started again, this time near Cades Cove, I was not surprised. I requested a transfer to a different park and was granted approval within 30 days. My replacement, a young ranger named Matthews, lasted exactly 3 weeks before requesting his own transfer. He never told me what he encountered, but I recognized the look in his eyes, the same haunted expression I see in my own reflection every morning. The official position of the National Park Service is that no feral human populations exist within protected boundaries. But late at night, when I am alone with my thoughts, I remember the intelligence behind those pale eyes and the calculated way they moved through their territory. Whatever they once were, they had adapted to life in the deep wilderness in ways that made them more dangerous than any natural predator. I still work as a park ranger, but now in Colorado, where the mountains are younger and the forests hold different secrets. Sometimes, though, I get calls from colleagues still working in the Smokies. They tell me about hikers who vanish without explanation, about campsites found empty with all the food missing, about sounds in the night that do not match any known wildlife. And I tell them what my supervisor told me after I filed my original report. Some things are better left unreported, and some trails are better left unfollowed. The Smoky Mountains have been home to humans for thousands of years, but not all of them chose to remain part of civilization. My name is Isabella Rodriguez, and I spent 3 summers working as an outdoor education counselor for Camp Wildwood, a residential program that brought inner-city kids from Baltimore and Philadelphia into the West Virginia mountains for 2 weeks of wilderness experience. I loved that job. There is something magical about watching a teenager who has never seen stars without light pollution look up at the Milky Way for the first time, or helping a kid who grew up in concrete and asphalt learn to identify bird calls and animal tracks. The summer of 2021 was my 3rd year with the program, and I had been promoted to senior counselor, which meant I was responsible for the overnight backpacking trips with our older campers. These were 14 and 15-year-olds who had demonstrated responsibility and wilderness skills during their first week at base camp. The backpacking experience was meant to be the highlight of their stay, 3 days and 2 nights in the deep forest of Monongahela, sleeping under canvas and learning advanced survival techniques. Our group that July consisted of 8 kids and 3 counselors, including myself. The other 2 counselors were Marcus, a 24-year-old forestry student from West Virginia University, and Sarah, a 23-year-old from Pittsburgh who had been working wilderness programs for 4 years. We had been planning this particular route for months, a challenging but manageable loop trail that would take us through some of the most beautiful and remote parts of the forest. The first day went perfectly. We hiked 6 miles through mixed hardwood forest, crossed 3 streams, and made camp in a designated backcountry site near Otter Creek. The kids were excited and engaged, asking good questions about plant identification and animal behavior. After dinner, we sat around our carefully contained campfire, and I taught them some of the Cherokee legends about the mountains while Sarah helped them identify constellations. It was around 10:30 that night when we first heard the other children laughing. At first, none of us thought much of it. Summer camps used the Monongahela system regularly, and while our site was supposed to be isolated, it was possible another group was camping within a mile or two of our location. The laughter was distant but clear, the unmistakable sound of kids playing some kind of game in the dark. High-pitched giggles and what sounded like a group of voices calling out to each other. One of our campers, a 14-year-old named Damon from West Philadelphia, sat up in his sleeping bag and listened intently. "Miss Isabella," he whispered, "that sounds like kids our age. Can we go say hi?" I explained that wandering around in the forest at night was against safety protocols, but promised we would keep an ear out and maybe try to make contact in the morning if the other group was still in the area. The voices continued for about 20 minutes, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away, but always just at the edge of our hearing. What struck me as odd was the consistency of the laughter. In my experience working with teenagers, group play usually involves periods of quiet planning, arguments about rules, or natural breaks in activity. But these voices maintained the same level of excited chatter without any variation in tone or intensity. Around midnight, the sound stopped completely and we all settled in for sleep. I was sharing a tent with 2 of the girls, and Marcus and Sarah each had tents with groups of the boys. As the senior counselor, I always stayed awake longer than the others, making sure everyone was settled and listening for any sounds that might indicate wildlife in the area. I must have dozed off around 1 in the morning because the next thing I remember was being woken by Sarah shaking my shoulder. "Isabella," she whispered urgently, "you need to hear this." I checked my watch. It was 3:15. Outside our tent, I could hear voices again, but they were much closer this time. Close enough that I could make out individual words. What I heard made my blood run cold. The voices were calling out names, but they were the names of our campers. "Damon," called a young voice that sounded exactly like one of our girls. "Damon, come play with us." Then another voice, this one sounding like Marcus. "Isabella, we found something cool. Come see." But Marcus was in his tent and I could hear him breathing deeply in sleep. And the girl whose voice had called for Damon was in the tent right next to mine, also clearly asleep. Sarah grabbed my arm. "They have been doing this for 10 minutes, she whispered, using our voices, calling our names. But everyone is accounted for. I unzipped the tent flap slightly and peered out into the darkness. Our campfire had died down to glowing embers, but there was enough moonlight to see the immediate area around our tents. Nothing moved, but the voices continued, now coming from multiple directions around our campsite. A perfect imitation of my own voice called out, "Marcus, can you help me with something?" Then what sounded exactly like Sarah. "Kids, wake up. We are going to see something amazing." The mimicry was flawless. Not just the tone and pitch, but speech patterns and phrases that each of us actually used. Whoever or whatever was out there had been listening to us carefully enough to reproduce our individual ways of speaking with perfect accuracy. I made a decision that probably saved our lives. Instead of investigating or trying to make contact, I woke everyone up as quietly as possible and told them we were breaking camp immediately. Some of the kids complained, thinking it was some kind of drill or test, but the fear in my voice must have convinced them this was serious. We packed our gear by flashlight in complete silence, and within 30 minutes we were hiking back toward base camp in the middle of the night. The voices followed us for the first mile, sometimes ahead of us on the trail, sometimes flanking us through the trees, always using our own voices to try to get us to respond or separate from the group. "Isabella, why are we running?" in perfect imitation of one of my campers. "Guys, wait up. I dropped something," in Sarah's exact voice, even though Sarah was right beside me. The most terrifying moment came when we reached a fork in the trail. We had taken the left path on our way in, but in the darkness and stress of the emergency evacuation, I was not entirely certain which way led back to camp. As I stood there with my map and compass trying to get our bearings, I heard my own voice calling from the right-hand path. "This way, everyone." I found the trail, but I was standing right there and I had not said a word. That was when 8-year-old Keisha, one of our younger campers who had been moved up to the advanced group because of her exceptional wilderness skills, tugged on my sleeve and whispered something that still gives me nightmares. "Miss Isabella," she said, "I can see them in the trees. They look like kids, but they are moving wrong." I followed her gaze and saw shapes moving through the forest canopy, traveling from branch to branch with fluid grace that no human child could possess. They were roughly the right size and shape to be teenagers, but they moved like primates, swinging and leaping between trees with casual ease. And they were naked, their pale skin almost luminous in the moonlight. We took the left path and kept moving, but the pursuit continued for another 2 miles. The voices became more desperate and commanding, perfect imitations of our own voices ordering us to stop, to come back, to split up so they could help us better. They knew our names, our mannerisms, even private conversations we had had earlier in the day. Around 5 in the morning, as dawn began to filter through the forest canopy, the voices finally stopped. We reached base camp exhausted and shaken, but alive and all accounted for. The camp director, a man named Robert who had been running wilderness programs for 15 years, listened to our report with growing concern. After we had all eaten breakfast and the kids were resting in their cabins, he pulled the 3 counselors aside for a private conversation. "This is not the first time something like this has happened," he told us. "We have had reports of voices in the forest, mimicry, and sightings of what people describe as feral children for the past 3 years. Always in the same general area where you were camping." He showed us a file that contained incident reports from other camps and individual hikers, all describing similar encounters with beings that appeared to be human children but displayed impossible physical abilities and predatory behavior. According to Robert, the local rangers were aware of the situation but had no effective way to address it. The creatures, whatever they were, showed clear intelligence and seemed to understand that they were being hunted. They avoided all attempts at contact or capture, and they never left physical evidence that could be documented or studied. The most disturbing part of Robert's briefing was his theory about what we were dealing with. He believed these were children who had become lost in the forest over the years and had somehow survived by adapting to a completely wild existence. Cut off from human society during critical developmental years, they had reverted to primitive behaviors while retaining enough human intelligence to be incredibly dangerous. "The mimicry suggests they understand that human communication is important," he explained. "But they use it as a hunting tool, the way some predators use camouflage or deception to catch prey. They have learned that humans respond to familiar voices, especially the voices of people they trust. We never went back to that area of the forest. The camp program was moved to a different section of Monongahela the following summer, and new safety protocols were established requiring all overnight trips to carry satellite communication devices and travel in larger groups. But I sometimes wonder about those children, if that is what they were. How long had they been living wild in those mountains? How many were there? And what had happened to turn them from lost children into something that hunted other humans? 6 months after our encounter, Robert called to tell me that 2 hikers had gone missing in the same area where we had been camping. Their backpacks were found hanging from tree branches 30 feet off the ground, but there was no sign of the hikers themselves. The local search and rescue team found tracks around the area, small human footprints that led into the forest canopy and disappeared. I still work with kids, but now in urban educational programs where the biggest danger is traffic and the most exotic wildlife is pigeons. Sometimes, though, when I hear children laughing and playing outside my apartment window, I find myself listening carefully to make sure the voices belong to children I can actually see. Because I learned that summer that not everything that sounds human actually is, and some of the most dangerous predators are the ones that know exactly how to sound like someone you trust. The Monongahela National Forest covers over 900,000 acres of wilderness. That is a lot of space for things to hide, and a lot of places where lost children might learn to survive in ways that change them into something else entirely. Something that remembers just enough about being human to be more dangerous than any natural predator. My name is Ezra Mitchell, and for 7 years I lived completely off the grid in the remote foothills of eastern Kentucky. I moved there in 2015 after a messy divorce cost me my house in Louisville and left me questioning everything about modern life. I bought 43 acres of mountainous woodland for less than what most people pay for a car, built a small cabin with my own hands, and learned to live the way my great-grandfather had lived before electricity, and running water changed everything. The property was beautiful in its isolation. Dense mixed forest of oak, maple, and pine stretched in every direction, broken only by a clear creek that ran through the lower section and provided fresh water year-round. The nearest neighbor was over 3 miles away through difficult terrain, and the closest road that could handle a regular vehicle was a 2-mile hike down a steep trail I had cut myself. It was exactly the kind of solitude I had been seeking, a place where a man could live according to his own rules and never have to deal with the complications of modern society. I had been there about 18 months when I first noticed signs that someone else was using my property. It started small. Footprints in the soft mud near the creek that were not made by my boots. Stones that had been moved from their natural positions to create what looked like primitive markers or trail signs. Areas where someone had clearly been digging, though for what purpose I could not determine. At first I assumed it was someone passing through, maybe hunting illegally or using my land as a shortcut to somewhere else. These mountains had been home to people for centuries before property lines and deeds divided everything up, and I figured I was probably not the first person to think this particular piece of wilderness would make a good place to live. But the signs became more frequent and more deliberate. Someone was harvesting wild edibles from areas I had been managing myself, taking specific plants in a pattern that showed knowledge of sustainable gathering practices. My fish traps in the creek were being checked and sometimes emptied, but whoever was doing it knew enough to reset them properly afterward. Most disturbing of all, I started finding evidence that someone had been watching my cabin from various positions in the surrounding forest. One morning in late September, I discovered fresh footprints in the soft earth near my garden that led directly to my root cellar. I had built the cellar into the hillside behind my cabin using traditional methods I had learned from books about Appalachian homesteading. It was basically a cave lined with stone walls and wooden shelving designed to keep vegetables and preserved food at a constant cool temperature through the winter months. The footprints were human but wrong somehow. Too narrow for their length, with the toes spread wider than normal like someone who had never worn shoes. They circled the cellar entrance multiple times, and whoever had made them had spent considerable time examining the wooden door I had built to seal the entrance. That evening, I decided to keep watch. I positioned myself in the loft of my cabin with a clear view of the root cellar and settled in for what I figured might be a long night. I had my hunting rifle and a thermos of coffee prepared to wait until dawn if necessary. Around 2 in the morning, I saw movement near the tree line. A figure emerged from the forest and approached the root cellar with the careful movements of someone who knew exactly where they were going. In the moonlight, I could see it was human-shaped but moved wrong, staying low to the ground and using both hands and feet to navigate the terrain. The figure spent nearly an hour examining my root cellar, running its hands over the door and walls, even pressing its face against the wood as if trying to smell what was inside. Finally, it began to dig. Not at the door, but next to the cellar, scraping at the earth with its bare hands and what looked like crude tools made from sharpened sticks and stones. I watched in growing alarm as it became clear that whoever this was intended to dig their way into my food storage. This was not casual trespassing or harmless curiosity. This was someone who knew I had food stored there and was methodically planning to take it. I made a decision that I have regretted ever since. Instead of confronting the intruder immediately, I decided to wait and see how far they would go. I told myself I was being cautious, but the truth is I was afraid. Something about the figure's movements and the deliberate way it worked suggested this was not some random vagrant or desperate local resident. This was something else entirely. The digging continued for 3 nights. Each time the figure would emerge from the forest around the same time, work for several hours, then disappear before dawn. It was making steady progress, tunneling along the stone wall of the cellar toward what I knew was the corner where I kept my winter supply of potatoes and preserved meat. On the 4th night, I decided to move my observation post closer. I climbed down from the cabin loft and positioned myself behind a large oak tree about 50 feet from the cellar. From there, I had a much clearer view of what was happening, and what I saw made my blood run cold. The figure was not alone. There were 3 of them, all working together with the coordinated efficiency of people who had done this kind of thing before. They had tools, crude but effective implements made from metal scavenged from old farm equipment and sharpened stones, and they were not just digging randomly. They had a plan, a systematic approach to reaching my stored food that showed intelligence and long-term thinking. But it was their appearance that truly frightened me. These were human beings, but they had been changed by years of living completely wild. Their skin was darkened by dirt and weather, their hair grown long and matted with debris. They wore scraps of clothing that looked like it had been assembled from multiple sources. Animal hides mixed with fragments of modern fabric that had probably been scavenged from abandoned campsites or hunting cabins. Most disturbing of all was the way they communicated. They made soft grunting and clicking sounds, a primitive language that seemed to convey complex information with remarkable efficiency. They were organized, disciplined, and clearly accustomed to working as a team. By the 5th night, they had broken through into my root cellar. I watched from my hiding place as they systematically emptied my winter food supply, passing containers and bundles of preserved meat from hand to hand in a human chain that disappeared into the forest. They took everything. Months of preparation for winter gone in a single night. But they left something behind. In the morning, when I finally worked up the courage to inspect the damage, I found that they had arranged some of their own food stores in place of what they had taken. Wild tubers, nuts, dried meat that smelled wrong, and other foraged items I could not identify. It was not an equal trade by any means, but it was clearly intentional. They were not thieves in the traditional sense. They were operating according to some kind of primitive social code that I did not understand. That was when I found the bones. Hidden in the back corner of the root cellar, carefully wrapped in what looked like human hair woven into crude rope, was a collection of bones that made me physically sick. Most were animal, but some were unmistakably human. Finger bones, teeth, what looked like pieces of a human skull. And they were old, weathered smooth by years of handling. I left that same day. I packed only what I could carry in my truck and abandoned 7 years of work building a life in those mountains. I never went back, never tried to sell the property, never even contacted the local authorities. I told myself that no one would believe me, but the truth is I was terrified of what might happen if I brought outside attention to whatever was living in those hills. 6 months later, I heard from a friend in Louisville who had seen a news report about the area. A hunting party had found what authorities described as an illegal campsite on the same mountain where my property was located. The report mentioned evidence of long-term habitation, primitive shelters, and what investigators called disturbing artifacts that suggested the site had been occupied for years. The hunters who made the discovery refused to go into detail about what they had seen, but one of them was quoted as saying that whoever had been living there was not living by any rules that civilized people would recognize. The investigation was turned over to federal authorities, and as far as I know, no results were ever made public. I live in a suburban apartment now, surrounded by neighbors and streetlights and all the complications of modern life I once tried to escape. But sometimes, late at night when the world is quiet, I remember the sound of those primitive voices communicating in the darkness, and the careful way they had arranged their offerings in place of the food they took. I think about the bones wrapped in human hair, and I wonder how many other people had tried to build lives in those remote mountains over the years. How many had encountered the same beings I met, and how many had made different choices about how to handle the situation. The Appalachian Mountains have been home to human beings for thousands of years, long before European settlers arrived and long before property deeds and modern law divided everything up into neat parcels. Some of those people never joined the modern world, never learned to live according to civilized rules, never stopped viewing the mountains as their territory and everyone else as intruders. They are still there, living according to ancient codes and defending their territory in ways that most people would never understand. And they are patient, watching and waiting for the next person who thinks they can build a life in the deep wilderness without understanding what else calls those mountains home. My name is Jackson O'Brien, and I have been bow hunting in the Pennsylvania mountains for 15 years. I grew up in Scranton, but every November since I turned 16, I have made the trip up to the Allegheny National Forest with my father and uncle for our annual deer hunt. It was a tradition that meant everything to me. 3 generations of O'Brien men carrying on something that had started with my great-grandfather who immigrated from County Cork in 1923. The autumn of 2020 was different because it was the first year I went without my father. He had passed away from cancer that spring, and my Uncle Pat decided he was too old to make the trip anymore. But I could not break the tradition. I convinced my 2 best friends, Derek and Tommy, to join me for what I promised would be a straightforward hunting trip in an area I knew better than my own neighborhood. We arrived at our usual campsite on Sunday afternoon, the 2nd week of November. The location was perfect for deer hunting, a small clearing surrounded by oak and maple trees about 8 miles into the forest, accessible only by an old logging road that required 4-wheel drive to navigate. We had been camping there for years, and I could set up our base camp with my eyes closed. Derek was 29, a construction foreman from Philadelphia who had grown up hunting with his grandfather. Tommy was 31 like me, an Iraq veteran who worked as a mechanic and used hunting as a way to deal with what he called his demons from overseas. Both were experienced outdoorsmen who knew how to move quietly through the forest and respect the wilderness we were entering. The first sign that something was different came Monday morning. We split up before dawn to cover more ground, each taking a different section of the ridge system we had mapped out over years of hunting the area. The plan was to meet back at camp by noon to compare notes and plan the afternoon hunt. I was about 2 miles north of our campsite, sitting in a tree stand I had used many times before, when I noticed the complete absence of wildlife. In 15 years of hunting these mountains, I had never experienced such absolute silence. No bird calls, no squirrels moving through the trees, not even the sound of insects. It was like every living thing had decided to leave the area overnight. Around 10 in the morning, I caught movement in my peripheral vision. Something large was moving through the forest about 100 yards to my east, staying just at the edge of my sight. At first, I assumed it was Derek or Tommy, maybe tracking a wounded deer or exploring new territory. but the movement pattern was wrong. Too fluid, too quiet, and following no logical hunting strategy I could recognize. I climbed down from my stand and tried to get a better look, but whatever it was stayed just out of clear view. I could catch glimpses through the trees, a dark shape that seemed to be paralleling my position but maintaining its distance. When I moved toward it, it moved away. When I stopped, it stopped. It was like being shadowed by something that understood exactly what I was doing and why. By noon, neither Derek nor Tommy had returned to camp. I waited until 2 in the afternoon, then began following the trails we had agreed they would take. Derek's path led along a creek bed where the hunting was usually excellent, but I found no trace of him beyond his initial tracks leaving camp. Tommy's route took him up to a rocky outcropping that provided a good view of the entire valley, but when I reached the spot, there was no sign he had ever been there. I spent the rest of the afternoon calling their names and firing signal shots with my rifle, standard protocol when someone gets lost or separated. The sound echoed through the mountains, but there was no response. As darkness fell, I returned to camp and built up the fire, hoping they would see the light and find their way back. That was when I heard the first response to my calls. It came from the direction Derek had taken that morning. A perfect imitation of Tommy's voice calling my name. "Jackson," it called, "stay over here." I found something, but Tommy had gone in the opposite direction and the voice was coming from an area I had already searched thoroughly. I grabbed my rifle and a flashlight and headed toward the sound, but as I got closer, the voice moved farther away. It kept calling, sometimes using Derek's voice, sometimes Tommy's, always staying just out of sight and leading me deeper into unfamiliar territory. After 20 minutes of following the voices through dense underbrush, I realized what was happening and stopped dead in my tracks. Something was using my friends' voices to lure me away from camp, and that meant either they were being controlled somehow or something else had learned to mimic their speech perfectly. Either possibility terrified me. I made it back to camp and spent the night awake by the fire, rifle across my knees, listening to the voices of my friends calling to me from multiple directions around the perimeter of the clearing. Sometimes they sounded injured, begging for help. Sometimes they sounded excited, claiming to have made a big kill and needing assistance. The mimicry was flawless, including inside jokes and personal references that only Derek and Tommy would know. Tuesday morning, I made the decision that probably saved my life. Instead of continuing to search for my friends, I broke camp and hiked directly back to where we had parked the truck. The entire 8-mile hike, I was followed by voices in the forest, becoming increasingly desperate and angry as they realized I was leaving. When I reached the truck, I found Derek's bow and arrow quiver hanging from the side mirror. They had not been there when we arrived Sunday, and they showed clear signs of being deliberately placed as some kind of message or trophy. The arrows had been removed, and the bowstring had been cut, making the weapon useless. I drove directly to the Pennsylvania State Police barracks and reported my friends missing. The search and rescue operation began that afternoon and continued for 5 days. They found Tommy's backpack hanging from a tree branch 20 feet off the ground, but there was no indication of how it had gotten there or why someone would have placed it at that height. Derek's rifle was discovered 3 days later, partially buried under a pile of stones arranged in a careful pattern. The weapon had been completely disassembled, every piece separated and cleaned, then reassembled incorrectly so that it could not function. It was the work of intelligence, not animals or natural processes. The official search was called off after a week with no trace of either man beyond the abandoned equipment. The conclusion was that they had become lost or injured and succumbed to exposure, though their bodies were never recovered despite extensive efforts involving helicopters and teams of volunteers. But I knew what had really happened, and 6 months later I got confirmation. I was contacted by a park ranger named Williams, who worked in a different section of the Allegheny National Forest. She told me that hunting parties had been reporting similar experiences for the past 2 years. Voices calling from the forest using the names and speech patterns of missing members. equipment found arranged in deliberate patterns that suggested intelligence and planning. According to Ranger Williams, there was an unofficial theory among some of the Park Service personnel that a group of people had been living deep in the forest for years, possibly generations. They had developed hunting skills that surpassed anything modern outdoorsmen possessed, and they viewed the forest as their exclusive territory. The theory suggested that these people had learned to mimic human speech as a hunting technique, the same way some predatory animals use camouflage or deception. They would isolate individual members of hunting parties, then use their voices to lure others into situations where they could be captured or killed. She also told me that the Pennsylvania Game Commission had documented a significant decline in deer populations throughout the region over the past 5 years, despite reduced hunting pressure and ideal breeding conditions. Something was hunting the deer with efficiency that exceeded both natural predation and legal hunting combined. I never went back to the Allegheny Mountains. The following year, I started hunting in New York State, always in groups of at least 4 people, and never in areas more than 3 miles from a main road. But sometimes when I am sitting in a tree stand waiting for deer, I hear voices calling from deeper in the forest. And sometimes those voices sound exactly like Derek and Tommy, still trying to get me to follow them into the darkness. Tommy's wife received his military death benefits after the official declaration, but Derek's family never got closure. His parents still believe he might be alive somewhere, maybe injured and unable to find his way home. I have never told them about the voices that used his speech patterns, or about the bow hanging from our truck like a warning sign. The Allegheny Mountains have been home to hunters for thousands of years, long before Europeans arrived with modern weapons and hunting regulations. Some of those hunters never stopped viewing the forest as their territory, and they have developed skills that make modern outdoorsmen look like amateurs playing games in their backyard. They are still there, watching and waiting for the next group that ventures too deep into their domain. And they have learned that the most effective way to hunt humans is to use the voices of people we trust, calling to us from the darkness until we follow them far enough from safety that no one will ever find us again. My name is Autumn Hayes, and I work as a meteorologist for the National Weather Service office in Little Rock, Arkansas. My specialty is severe weather prediction and storm tracking, which means I spend a lot of time in remote locations setting up monitoring equipment and collecting atmospheric data. Most of my field work is routine, but the assignment that took me into the Ozark Mountains in March of 2022 became something that no amount of scientific training could have prepared me for. I was part of a 2-person team investigating an unusual weather pattern that had been developing over the Arkansas-Missouri border region. Satellite imagery showed atmospheric disturbances that did not match any known meteorological phenomena, and ground-based radar was picking up anomalies that suggested significant storm activity in areas where local weather stations were reporting clear skies. My partner was Dr. James Crawford, an atmospheric physicist from the University of Arkansas who specialized in rare weather events. We drove up into the mountains on a Tuesday morning in late March, when the forest was just beginning to show the first signs of spring. The assignment was supposed to take 3 days, setting up temporary monitoring stations and collecting baseline data to help explain the satellite anomalies. The first 2 days went smoothly. We established monitoring stations at 3 different elevations, collected soil temperature readings, and documented local topographical features that might be affecting air currents. The equipment was functioning perfectly, and we were getting consistent readings that should have helped explain the unusual satellite data. But on Thursday morning, everything changed. We woke up to weather conditions that should have been impossible given the forecast. The sky was a sickly yellow-green color that I had only seen once before, during a tornado outbreak in Oklahoma. The barometric pressure was dropping faster than anything our instruments could properly measure, and the temperature had fallen 30 degrees since midnight. Dr. Crawford checked our equipment 3 times, convinced there was a malfunction. According to every predictive model we had access to, the conditions we were experiencing could not exist in this geographic region during this time of year. The atmospheric pressure reading suggested we were in the path of a Category 3 hurricane, but we were 600 miles from the nearest ocean and 1,500 feet above sea level. Around noon, the storm hit with a ferocity that defied explanation. Winds that our anemometer measured at over 90 miles per hour before the device was destroyed by flying debris. Rain that fell so hard it was difficult to breathe if you faced into it. Lightning strikes that seemed to target metallic objects with deliberate precision, destroying 2 of our monitoring stations in the first hour. We took shelter in our research van, but it quickly became clear that the vehicle would not provide adequate protection. The storm was not moving in any predictable pattern. Instead of passing through the area like a normal weather system, it seemed to be circling our position, creating a localized vortex of destructive weather that had no basis in atmospheric science. By 3 in the afternoon, a pine tree the size of a telephone pole crashed across the road behind us, blocking our escape route. Dr. Crawford made the decision that probably saved our lives. He had noticed a cave opening about half a mile up the mountainside and suggested we abandon the van and seek shelter there until the storm passed. We grabbed our emergency supplies and fought our way through horizontal rain and debris to reach the cave entrance. It was larger than it had appeared from a distance, easily big enough for several people, and extended back into the mountain far enough that we could escape the noise and fury of the storm outside. But we were not alone in that cave. As we moved deeper into the darkness, our flashlights revealed clear signs of recent habitation. A fire pit with warm ashes, sleeping areas made from animal hides and moss, and crude tools fashioned from stone and scavenged metal. Most disturbing of all was the smell, a mixture of wood smoke, unwashed bodies, and something else that made my stomach turn. Dr. Crawford wanted to leave immediately and find shelter elsewhere, but the storm outside had intensified to the point where venturing back into it would have been suicidal. We positioned ourselves near the cave entrance, close enough to escape quickly if necessary, but far enough inside to be protected from the weather. That was when we heard the voices. At first, they seemed to be coming from deeper in the cave system, soft murmuring that could have been wind moving through underground passages. But gradually, the sounds became more distinct, and we realized we were listening to human conversation in a language neither of us recognized. The voices grew louder and closer, and eventually we could see flickering light from deeper in the cave that suggested someone was approaching with torches or fire. Dr. Crawford and I pressed ourselves against the cave wall, hoping to remain hidden until whoever it was had passed by. What emerged from the depths of that cave still appears in my nightmares. 3 figures that had once been human but had been changed by years of living in complete isolation from civilization. They moved with the fluid grace of people who had adapted to navigating underground passages in total darkness, and their eyes reflected our flashlight beams like those of nocturnal animals. They wore clothing made from animal skins and plant fibers, primitive but expertly crafted. Their skin was pale from lack of sunlight, but tough and scarred from years of harsh living. Most unsettling of all was their reaction to our presence. They showed no surprise at finding strangers in their cave, as if they had been expecting us. The largest of the 3, a man who might have been 50 or 70 years old, stepped forward and spoke to us in perfect English. "Storm brought you here," he said, his voice raspy but clear. "Storm always brings the lost ones to us." He gestured toward the cave entrance where rain was still pounding the mountainside. "Been waiting 3 days for this one to build right." Dr. Crawford tried to explain that we were scientists conducting weather research, that we had equipment and colleagues who would be looking for us. The man listened patiently, then smiled with teeth that had been filed to sharp points. "No equipment works when the mountain calls the storm," he said. been calling storms for longer than your people been keeping weather records. That was when I understood that the atmospheric anomalies we had been sent to investigate were not natural phenomena. These people, whoever they were, had somehow learned to manipulate local weather patterns. The impossible storm conditions, the localized vortex, the equipment malfunctions, all of it was being controlled by human intelligence that had developed capabilities beyond anything modern science recognized. The three figures seemed to be debating something among themselves in their strange language, occasionally glancing at us and gesturing toward different parts of the cave. Finally, the leader turned back to us and made an offer that chilled me to the bone. "Storm will pass by morning," he said. "You can leave then. Go back to your flatland people and your machines that measure what they cannot understand. Or you can stay, learn the old ways, become part of the mountain family that keeps the ancient knowledge alive." When we indicated that we wanted to leave, his expression darkened. "Mountain does not like to let go of those who have seen too much," he warned. "Your weather machines will never work right again. Your predictions will fail when the mountain decides to call storms, and someday when you least expect it, another storm will bring you back to us." We spent that night huddled near the cave entrance, listening to the voices of the cave dwellers echoing from deep underground and watching the impossible storm continue to rage outside. By morning, the weather had cleared completely, revealing a landscape that looked like it had been hit by a tornado despite the complete absence of any rotating wind patterns. Our research van was destroyed, crushed by falling trees and battered by hailstones the size of golf balls. Most of our equipment was either missing or damaged beyond repair. We hiked back to the main road and were picked up by a search and rescue team that had been looking for us since we failed to check in the previous evening. The official report documented equipment failure due to unexpected severe weather, with no mention of the cave dwellers or their claims about controlling storms. Dr. Crawford requested a transfer to a different research program within 6 months and now works exclusively with computer models and satellite data. He has never returned to field research, but the cave dwellers' warning proved accurate. Over the past 2 years, my weather predictions have become increasingly unreliable, particularly when it comes to storm systems that develop over mountainous terrain. Equipment that worked perfectly for years now malfunctions at critical moments, and I find myself unable to explain atmospheric phenomena that should be routine to analyze. 3 months ago, I was tracking a storm system that was moving toward the Ozark region when it suddenly changed direction and intensity in ways that violated every principle of meteorology I had ever learned. The storm moved in a perfect circle around a specific mountain peak, maintaining Category 2 hurricane force winds for 6 hours before dissipating completely. That mountain peak was less than 10 miles from the cave where we had taken shelter. According to satellite data, the storm should have been impossible. According to my instruments, it should not have existed at all. But according to local residents who have lived in those mountains for generations, it was just another spring storm, no different from dozens of others they had witnessed over the years. I still work as a meteorologist, but I no longer trust the science that once seemed so reliable. Weather patterns in mountainous regions follow rules that are not written in any textbook, controlled by people who have learned to work with atmospheric forces in ways that make our most advanced technology look like children's toys. The Ozark Mountains have been home to human communities for thousands of years, long before weather satellites and computer models attempted to predict and control the forces of nature. Some of those communities never forgot the old ways of reading signs in the sky and calling storms when they were needed. They are still there, living in caves and underground passages, maintaining knowledge that modern science has dismissed as impossible. And sometimes, when atmospheric conditions are right, and the mountain decides it needs new members, they send storms to guide the lost ones to their door. My name is River Blackwood, and I have spent the last 17 years working as a forestry specialist for the United States Forest Service. My job involves surveying remote woodland areas, documenting biodiversity, and assessing the health of old-growth forest systems that have remained largely untouched by human development. It is work that has taken me into some of the most pristine and isolated wilderness areas in the southeastern United States, places where the trees have been growing undisturbed for centuries. In October of 2021, I was assigned to conduct a comprehensive survey of an old-growth section of Cherokee National Forest that had been designated for potential inclusion in a protected wilderness area. The site was located in a remote valley approximately 15 miles from the nearest Forest Service road, accessible only by hiking trails that had not been maintained for over a decade. The assignment was supposed to take 1 week, documenting tree species, measuring trunk diameters, and photographing unusual specimens for the official report. I had completed similar surveys dozens of times before, and this particular location had been recommended by my supervisor as one of the most spectacular examples of virgin forest remaining in North Carolina. What made this forest different from other old-growth areas I had surveyed was the sheer age and size of the trees. Some of the chestnut oaks and tulip poplars were clearly over 400 years old, with trunk diameters exceeding 6 feet. The canopy was so dense that even at midday, very little sunlight reached the forest floor, creating a perpetual twilight that felt ancient and primordial. But it was the silence that first made me uneasy. In 17 years of forest work, I had never experienced such complete absence of wildlife sounds. No bird calls, no squirrel chatter, no insects buzzing. The forest felt empty in a way that violated everything I knew about healthy ecosystem dynamics. On my second day in the area, I began finding the markings. At first, I thought they were natural scarring from lightning strikes or disease, but closer examination revealed deliberate patterns carved into the bark of specific trees. The marks were old, weathered by years of exposure, but clearly made by tools rather than natural processes. The markings appeared to be territorial markers of some kind, carved at precise intervals along what seemed to be established trails through the forest. Each marked tree displayed the same symbol, a spiral pattern that started small at the base and grew larger as it wound upward around the trunk. Following these trail markers led me deeper into the forest than my original survey area required. But scientific curiosity compelled me to document what appeared to be evidence of historical human habitation in an area that was supposed to be pristine wilderness. The trail markers led to a clearing that should not have existed. According to topographical maps and aerial photography, this section of forest was continuous canopy with no natural openings. But there it was, a perfectly circular clearing about 200 feet in diameter, completely hidden from above by an interwoven canopy of branches that had been deliberately trained to grow together. In the center of the clearing stood a structure that defied every principle of forest conservation I had been trained to uphold. It was a dwelling built entirely from living trees, their trunks and branches shaped and guided over years to create walls, roof, and floor without killing the trees themselves. The structure was still alive, still growing, with leaves and new growth emerging from every surface. The craftsmanship was beyond anything I had ever seen. Whoever had created this living building possessed knowledge of tree biology and growth patterns that exceeded anything taught in modern forestry programs. They had convinced dozens of trees to grow in precise directions, their branches interweaving to create spaces that were both architecturally sound and biologically healthy. But the dwelling was not empty. As I approached to examine the construction more closely, I realized that people were living inside the treehouse. I could see movement through gaps in the living walls and smell wood smoke from a fire that must have been burning somewhere within the structure. I called out, identifying myself as a Forest Service employee and explaining that I was conducting a routine survey. The response was immediate and terrifying. The forest around me suddenly exploded with movement as figures emerged from camouflaged positions I had not even noticed. They had been watching me since I entered the clearing, possibly since I first found the trail markers. There were at least a dozen of them, men and women of various ages, all dressed in clothing made from forest materials and moving with the fluid grace of people who had spent their entire lives in the wilderness. But what struck me most was their appearance. These were not primitive people struggling to survive in harsh conditions. They were healthy, well-nourished, and clearly thriving in their forest environment. Their skin was darkened by sun and weather, their hair was long and adorned with feathers and plant materials, but their eyes showed intelligence and organization that suggested a sophisticated society. The apparent leader of the group was a woman who might have been 60 years old, with silver hair braided with vines and wearing a cloak made from what looked like living moss. She approached me without fear or aggression, studying me with the same scientific curiosity I was directing toward her and her people. "You are the tree counter," she said in perfect English, though her accent was unlike anything I had ever heard. "We have been watching your people measure our forest for 3 days now." I tried to explain that I was conducting a biodiversity survey, that my work was aimed at protecting the forest from development. She listened patiently, then gestured toward the living dwelling behind her. "We have been protecting this forest for 7 generations," she said. "Our ancestors learned to live with the trees instead of cutting them down, to build with growing wood instead of dead lumber. Your people want to protect the forest by keeping humans away from it. We protect it by becoming part of it." She explained that her community had been living in this valley since before the Cherokee Nation was forced to relocate, that they had chosen to remain hidden rather than join the removal to Oklahoma. Over the generations, they had developed techniques for forest living that left no trace on the ecosystem while providing everything they needed for a sustainable lifestyle. The living architecture was just one example of their innovations. They had learned to cultivate wild plants in ways that increased biodiversity rather than reducing it, to hunt and fish using methods that strengthened animal populations rather than depleting them, and to create tools and clothing from forest materials without damaging the sources. But they also made it clear that their survival depended on remaining hidden from the outside world. Government agencies, environmental groups, and commercial interests would all pose threats to their way of life if their existence became known. They had survived by ensuring that anyone who discovered their community understood the importance of keeping their secret. "Your survey will recommend that this area be protected," the woman continued. "That is good. But your report will not mention us, and you will not return here again. We have ways of making sure the forest keeps its secrets, and we have used those ways before when necessary." The threat was delivered without hostility, but with absolute certainty. These people had remained hidden for over a century, and had clearly developed methods for dealing with unwanted discovery. I had no doubt that they possessed both the knowledge and the will to eliminate any threat to their security. I spent the rest of that day being shown through their community, observing construction techniques and forest management practices that revolutionized my understanding of sustainable living. They had created a civilization that existed in perfect harmony with the natural environment, taking only what they needed and giving back more than they consumed. Their knowledge of plant biology, animal behavior, and ecological relationships exceeded anything I had learned in graduate school or 17 years of professional experience. They knew things about forest ecosystems that modern science had not yet discovered, and they had used that knowledge to create a way of life that was both primitive and incredibly sophisticated. But they also made it clear that this knowledge would not be shared with the outside world. Their survival depended on remaining hidden, and they had learned through bitter experience that contact with modern civilization meant destruction of their way of life. I left the next morning with a complete understanding of why this forest had seemed so empty of wildlife. The animals were there, but they had learned to hide from human observers. The forest dwellers had trained them to avoid contact with outsiders, creating an illusion of emptiness that helped protect the community's secret. My official report recommended the area for wilderness protection based on the exceptional size and age of the old-growth trees. I made no mention of the human community or their remarkable innovations in sustainable forest living. As far as the Forest Service is concerned, the valley contains nothing but trees. But sometimes when I am conducting surveys in other remote forest areas, I find myself looking for signs of similar communities. I study unusual tree growth patterns and wonder if they might be evidence of living architecture. I listen for the absence of wildlife sounds that might indicate human habitation designed to remain hidden. The Cherokee National Forest covers over 600,000 acres of wilderness, much of it never fully explored or documented. There is room in that vast expanse for communities that have learned to live without leaving traces. People who have chosen to remain part of the natural world rather than trying to dominate it. They are still there, protecting the forest by becoming one with it, maintaining knowledge that could revolutionize our understanding of sustainable living. But that knowledge will remain hidden as long as the outside world continues to view wilderness as something to be either exploited or preserved, rather than something to live with as equals. My name is Phoenix Anderson, and I have been a professional wilderness photographer for over a decade. My specialty is capturing the raw beauty of American forests during extreme weather conditions, particularly winter scenes when the landscape transforms into something almost otherworldly. The assignment that brought me to the Appalachian Trail in February of 2023 was supposed to be the culmination of my career. A month-long photography expedition documenting winter wildlife adaptation in the most remote sections of the trail system. I had planned the trip for 2 years, studying weather patterns, wildlife migration routes, and topographical features to identify the most promising locations for capturing unique images. My route would take me through sections of the trail in Virginia, West Virginia, Tennessee, and North Carolina, focusing on high-elevation areas where snow and ice create the most dramatic photographic opportunities. The expedition began in Shenandoah National Park on February 3rd, when temperatures were hovering around 15 degrees Fahrenheit, and fresh snow had fallen for 3 consecutive days. Perfect conditions for the stark, minimalist compositions I was hoping to capture. I was carrying winter camping gear rated for temperatures down to -20 degrees, plus over 40 pounds of camera equipment designed to function in extreme cold. For the first week, everything went according to plan. I captured images of frozen waterfalls, snow-laden branches creating natural sculptures, and wildlife tracks crisscrossing pristine white landscapes. The cold was brutal but manageable with proper clothing and shelter. I was averaging about 8 miles per day, stopping frequently to set up shots and waiting for optimal lighting conditions. It was during the second week, as I entered a particularly remote section of trail in West Virginia, that I began finding the unusual tracks. At first, I thought they were made by a large dog or possibly a wolf, though wolves had been extinct in this region for over a century. The prints were roughly canine in shape, but significantly larger than any domestic dog breed, with claw marks that extended unusually far from the toe pads. But as I studied the tracks more carefully, photographing them for documentation purposes, I realized they showed characteristics that did not match any known animal. The gait pattern was wrong for a quadruped, showing irregularities that suggested the creature sometimes walked on 2 legs rather than 4. The depth and distribution of weight suggested something much heavier than any dog or wolf, yet the tracks showed intelligence in their placement, deliberately avoiding areas where they would be easily spotted. I followed the tracks for over 2 miles, fascinated by the photographic opportunities they presented, and curious about what kind of animal could be creating such unusual prints. The trail led me off the main Appalachian Trail onto what appeared to be an old logging road that had been abandoned for decades. The tracks became more numerous here, joined by others that suggested I was following not just one creature, but several. The logging road ended at what had once been a clear-cut area, now partially reforested with young trees and dense underbrush. In the center of this clearing was a structure that defied immediate explanation. It appeared to be some kind of shelter, but constructed using techniques I had never seen before. Large logs had been arranged in a complex pattern, partially buried in the earth, with spaces between them filled with smaller branches, leaves, and what looked like animal fur. But it was the size of the structure that truly shocked me. This was not a simple lean-to or hunting blind. It was easily 20 feet in diameter and appeared to extend underground, as if the visible portion was only the upper level of a much larger dwelling. Most disturbing of all was the smell emanating from inside, a mixture of rotting meat, unwashed bodies, and something else that made my stomach turn. I approached cautiously, camera ready, professional curiosity overcoming the growing sense of unease I was feeling. The entrance to the structure was partially hidden by hanging strips of bark and animal hide, but I could see that it opened into a much larger space than the exterior suggested. I took several photographs of the construction, noting the sophisticated engineering involved in creating such a stable shelter using only natural materials. That was when I heard the breathing. Deep, rhythmic exhalations coming from somewhere inside the structure, too loud and too slow to be coming from any normal-sized animal. I froze, camera still raised, trying to process what I was hearing. Whatever was inside that shelter was large, and it was awake. The breathing stopped suddenly, replaced by sounds of movement, scraping and shuffling that suggested something large was rising to its feet. I backed away from the entrance, instinct screaming at me to run, but professional habit kept me focused on documenting what I was witnessing. What emerged from that winter den still haunts my nightmares. It was humanoid in basic shape, but changed by years of adaptation to extreme cold and harsh living conditions. It stood nearly 7 feet tall, covered in what appeared to be a combination of matted hair and animal fur that had been deliberately attached to its skin. Its face was human enough to be recognizable, but distorted by malnutrition, frostbite damage, and primitive modifications, including filed teeth and scarification. But it was the intelligence in its eyes that terrified me most. This was not some mindless beast or person driven insane by isolation. This was a human being who had chosen to live like this, who had adapted to surviving in conditions that would kill most people within hours. It studied me for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds, taking in my modern winter gear, my expensive camera equipment, my obvious status as an outsider. Then it made a sound that was part growl, part vocalization, clearly some form of communication directed not at me, but at others I could not see. The response was immediate. 3 more figures emerged from the den, each showing similar adaptations to extreme cold survival, but obviously part of the same family or clan group. They moved with coordinated precision, spreading out to surround my position with the practiced efficiency of pack hunters. The largest of the group, the one who had emerged first, stepped forward and spoke to me in English that was heavily accented and difficult to understand, but unmistakably human language. "You take pictures," it said, gesturing toward my camera. "Show other people where we live." The statement was not a question, but an accusation delivered with absolute certainty. I tried to explain that I was documenting wildlife and natural landscapes, that I had no intention of revealing their location or even mentioning their existence. But even as I spoke, I realized how hollow my words sounded. I was a professional photographer, and my entire career was built on sharing images of remote wilderness areas with the outside world. "Wintertime," the creature continued, "nobody comes to mountain. We sleep, save energy, wait for warm time. You bring other people, make us move again. Always moving, always hiding, never safe." That was when I understood what I was looking at. These were not people who had recently become lost or abandoned civilization. This was a family that had been living wild for generations, adapting to seasonal patterns that included winter hibernation-like behavior that allowed them to survive in conditions that would kill anyone unprepared for the extreme cold. The smaller figures were children, I realized, though their exact ages were impossible to determine due to their primitive lifestyle and adaptive modifications. They watched me with the same intelligent wariness as the adults, clearly understanding the threat that my presence represented to their survival. "Camera," the leader demanded, holding out a hand that was more claw than finger. "Give pictures." I had two choices: comply with their demands and lose weeks of work, or attempt to escape with my equipment and probably die in the process. These people had survived in conditions that challenged every limit of human endurance, and they knew this terrain better than any modern outdoorsman ever could. I handed over my camera memory cards, watching as the leader examined them briefly before passing them to one of the others, who disappeared back into the den. "We keep pictures," he said. "You go away. Never come back. Never tell people about Mountain Family." The message was delivered without obvious threat, but the implications were clear. They had dealt with unwanted discovery before, and they had methods for ensuring their continued secrecy. I was being allowed to leave because cooperation was preferable to the alternatives, but that cooperation was not negotiable. I left immediately, hiking back to the main trail and gathering darkness without stopping to set up camp. The temperature dropped to -5 degrees that night, and I barely survived despite having equipment rated for extreme cold. These people were living through conditions that nearly killed me even with modern winter survival gear. I completed my photography expedition but never developed or published any of the images that might have revealed the location of the winter den. The memory cards I had surrendered contained weeks of work, including some of the best winter wilderness photographs I had ever captured. But I never attempted to retrieve them or return to the area. 6 months later, I read a news report about search and rescue operations in the same area of West Virginia where I had encountered the hibernating family. 3 separate hiking parties had reported equipment theft and what they described as stalking behavior by unknown individuals. Local authorities concluded that the incidents were probably the work of drug manufacturers using remote locations for illegal operations. But I knew better. The Mountain Family was protecting their territory during the active season, using techniques that kept them hidden while discouraging others from exploring too deeply into their domain. They were not criminals or madmen, but survivors who had learned to live according to natural patterns that most people had forgotten centuries ago. I still work as a wilderness photographer, but I no longer seek out the most remote and extreme locations. I have learned that some places are meant to remain hidden, and some adaptations to harsh environments come at costs that civilized people cannot imagine. The Appalachian Mountains have been home to human beings for thousands of years, including people who chose to remain wild when others moved toward civilization. They are still there, following seasonal patterns that include winter dormancy periods that allow them to survive conditions that would kill most modern humans. They are patient, intelligent, and absolutely committed to remaining hidden from a world that would either exploit them or try to save them from a life they have chosen. And they have learned that the best way to maintain their secrecy is to ensure that anyone who discovers them understands the importance of keeping that discovery private. Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we uncover 8 of the most disturbing true small-town horror stories that shattered communities and destroyed lives forever. These accounts are not pulled from internet forums or secondhand retellings, but from the personal testimonies of individuals whose quiet lives became living nightmares. Each story reveals the darkness hiding behind small-town facades, from predators using local Facebook groups to hunt their victims, to investment schemes that were covers for something far more sinister. We have mechanic Anthony, whose late-night work shifts put him in a serial killer's crosshairs, teacher Rachel, whose evening walk home became a targeted attack, and Ranger Brianna, whose forest encounters revealed something inhuman stalking her community. The testimonies have been carefully verified through police reports and court documents, ensuring every detail maintains its disturbing authenticity, while names and specific locations have been altered to protect those who survived these ordeals. If you have not yet subscribed to Buried Files, join our community of truth seekers and activate the notification bell so you never miss when we expose the horror hiding in plain sight. Leave a comment below sharing your own small-town experiences or tell us which story disturbed you most deeply. I never thought my evening walk home would put me in the crosshairs of organized predators. I was 28, teaching third grade at Millerville Elementary in our small Montana town, population just under 4,000 people. The kind of place where parents still let their children ride bicycles after dark and where the biggest crime of the year was usually teenagers spray painting the water tower. My life was simple but fulfilling, teaching bright 8-year-olds during the day and hiking the mountain trails that surrounded our valley on weekends. That particular Friday evening in late August, I had met my friend Brianna at Murphy's Diner for our monthly dinner, something we had been doing since we both moved to Millerville 3 years earlier. She worked as a park ranger at the state recreation area, and I always enjoyed hearing her stories about wildlife encounters and the tourists who thought they could hike 15 miles in sandals. The diner sat on Main Street, only about a 15-minute walk from my rental house on Oakwood Drive. I always enjoyed the stroll home, especially on warm summer nights when the air smelled like pine and the mountains created dramatic silhouettes against the darkening sky. Around 9:30 p.m., I hugged Brianna goodbye in the parking lot and started my walk home along Hillcrest Road. The street was poorly lit, just a few street lamps every couple hundred feet. But I had walked this route countless times and knew every pothole and crack in the sidewalk. The Hendersons' golden retriever would usually bark from behind their fence when I passed. Mrs. Foster's wind chimes would tinkle in her front yard, and old Mr. Peterson would often be sitting on his porch, raising a hand in greeting. That night, though, most houses were already dark, their occupants probably watching television or getting ready for bed. I remember feeling completely at peace, thinking about the lesson plans I needed to finish that weekend, humming some tune I had heard on the radio earlier. The air was still warm but carried that hint of approaching fall. And I was wearing my favorite sundress, the yellow one with tiny flowers that my mother had given me for my birthday. I was about halfway home, passing the stretch where Hillcrest curves slightly near the old oak tree that everyone calls the wishing tree because kids have been tying ribbons to it for decades. The sidewalk ended there, so I had to walk on the shoulder of the road, but there was usually so little traffic at that hour that it never bothered me. That is when I heard the engine. Not the steady hum of a car maintaining speed, but this aggressive, uneven roaring that kept surging and dropping like someone was randomly stomping on the gas pedal. I turned my head to look back and saw headlights weaving across both lanes about 200 yards away, moving way too fast for this narrow road. The vehicle, a dark pickup truck based on the height of the lights, kept drifting from one side to the other, tires squealing every time it corrected too hard. My first thought was not even about my own safety. I actually worried the driver might hit the wishing tree, which sounds ridiculous now. But that tree had been a landmark in our community for generations. But then I realized the truck was accelerating, really gunning it on this straight stretch, and it was veering toward my side of the road. The headlights swung wide to the left, then overcorrected sharply to the right, heading straight for the shoulder where I was walking. Everything happened in maybe 3 seconds, but my brain recorded it in this strange, stretched-out way. I tried to jump toward the drainage ditch, but my sandal caught on a piece of loose gravel and I stumbled. The truck was so close I could see the bugs splattered on the grill, could smell the hot engine and burnt rubber. The driver, I glimpsed his face for just an instant through the windshield, had this slack, unfocused expression, his mouth hanging open, one hand loosely on the wheel while the other held what looked like a beer bottle. His eyes were not even looking at the road. They were glazed, staring at nothing, but there was something calculated about his positioning that made my blood freeze even in that split second of terror. This was not just drunk driving. This was deliberate. The impact came from behind and to my left, the truck's front bumper catching me at hip level and launching me forward like I weighed nothing. I remember the sensation of flying, my dress billowing up, one sandal flying off, and thinking absurdly that I needed to cover myself, that people might see my underwear. Then I hit the pavement hard, my right shoulder taking the initial impact before I rolled and skidded across the asphalt. The pain did not register immediately. There was just this overwhelming wrongness, like my body had become a jumbled puzzle with pieces forced into the wrong spots. I could taste copper in my mouth and feel wetness spreading across the right side of my face. The truck had not stopped. I heard it screech around the next curve, metal scraping against something, probably the guardrail, before the engine noise faded into the distance. I tried to move to get up, but my right leg would not respond at all. When I looked down, I saw it was bent at an angle that made no anatomical sense, my foot facing completely backward. My right arm was trapped underneath me, and when I tried to pull it free, white-hot agony shot through my shoulder and chest. I could hear myself making these awful whimpering sounds like a wounded animal, but I could not stop. The yellow sundress my mother had given me was torn and soaking up blood from a dozen different places, the tiny flowers disappearing under spreading red stains. I lay there on the warm asphalt, feeling it burning against my exposed skin, trying to call for help, but only managing these raspy whispers. My phone had been in my purse, which was now scattered somewhere in the darkness. I could see my wallet about 10 feet away, my driver's license facing up, and somehow that detail felt important, like I needed people to know who I was when they found me. The first car to arrive was driven by Anthony, a local farmer who had been coming home late from checking on his cattle. He found me around 10:15 p.m. and immediately called for an ambulance while covering me with a blanket from his truck. "Do not try to move," he kept saying, though moving was the last thing my body wanted to do anyway. The paramedics arrived within 12 minutes, a response time that probably saved my life given the internal injuries I had sustained. They stabilized me on scene before transporting me to the regional hospital in Billings, a 40-minute helicopter ride that I barely remember except for the steady thrum of rotors and someone holding my hand. The next few days were a haze of surgeries and pain medication, but one conversation stands out with crystal clarity. Detective Benjamin Walsh from the state police came to interview me while I was still in intensive care, asking detailed questions about the truck, the driver, and whether I had noticed anything unusual in the days leading up to the incident. "This was not random," Detective Walsh explained during our second meeting. "We have been tracking a pattern of similar incidents across 3 states. Young women, usually teachers or healthcare workers, walking alone in small mountain communities. The profile is very specific, and the targeting appears to be deliberate. The investigation revealed that my attack was part of a coordinated operation involving at least 4 men, who had been systematically targeting isolated women in small towns throughout Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming. They would scout communities for weeks, identifying women who walked alone at predictable times, learning their routines, and planning attacks that appeared to be drunk driving accidents. The truck that hit me had been stolen from a ranch outside Missoula 2 days earlier. The driver, whose name was Ryan Marcus, had a lengthy criminal record including assault and trafficking charges. But most terrifyingly, they found detailed files in his hotel room containing photographs of me taken over several weeks, including images of my classroom, my house, and my regular walking route. Ryan and his accomplices had been in Millerville for over a month, posing as seasonal construction workers while gathering intelligence on potential victims. They had targeted me specifically because my evening walks were predictable and because the stretch of Hillcrest Road near the Wishing Tree provided the perfect location for an attack that could be dismissed as a drunk driving accident. The FBI arrested the entire network 6 weeks after my attack, preventing what investigators believe would have been escalating violence against women throughout the region. Ryan received 25 years in federal prison. His accomplices got shorter sentences in exchange for cooperation, revealing a trafficking operation that had been using small towns as hunting grounds for victims who could be easily isolated and transported. I spent 4 months in physical therapy learning to walk again with a permanently damaged right leg and ongoing nerve damage in my shoulder. The school district held my position, and my students made cards that covered every wall of my hospital room. But I knew I could not return to Millerville. The idea of walking those streets again, of passing the Wishing Tree where my life had nearly ended, was more than I could psychologically handle. I moved to Seattle 6 months after the attack, taking a teaching position in a large urban school where anonymity felt like protection, and where I could take public transportation instead of walking alone. The transition was difficult, leaving behind the mountain community that had felt like home, but necessary for my mental health and long-term recovery. Brianna still sends updates about Millerville, always careful to avoid mentioning Hillcrest Road or the Wishing Tree. The town installed better lighting throughout the residential areas and organized neighborhood watch programs. But the sense of safety that had defined life there was permanently altered by the knowledge that predators had been living among them for weeks. I know now that small towns are not inherently safer than cities, just more isolated and therefore more vulnerable to organized predators who understand how to exploit trust and routine. My evening walk, which had been a simple pleasure for 3 years, was actually a carefully observed pattern that nearly cost me my life. The investigation also revealed something that still gives me nightmares. The network had been planning to escalate beyond hit-and-run attacks. In Ryan's notes, agents found detailed plans for abductions, including a timeline that suggested I had less than a week before they moved from surveillance to direct action. My attack was actually the beginning of their exit strategy, not the culmination of their plan. Most people can walk home from dinner without calculating escape routes or wondering if the vehicles behind them pose a threat. But I learned that some predators study their victims with the patience of scientists, learning routines and vulnerabilities before striking with precision that makes their crimes appear random when they are actually the result of weeks of careful planning. I never thought my neighbor's farm equipment business would be connected to murder. I was 45, working as an insurance adjuster in Millerville, a small farming community of 3,800 people in central Kansas where everybody knew everybody's business and nothing exciting ever happened. The kind of place where the biggest news of the week was usually someone's prize steer getting loose or the high school football team making it to regionals. My wife Nicole and I had lived there for 15 years, and Justin lived 3 houses down from us for most of that time. Justin was the kind of neighbor you could count on for anything. When the tornado took out half our garage in 2019, he was there the next morning with his tools and lumber, working alongside me to rebuild it without being asked. When Nicole was in the hospital for her emergency appendectomy, Justin brought casseroles for a week and never mentioned the cost or trouble. He was at our wedding anniversary party, our 4th of July barbecues, and every single one of our Christmas Eve gatherings since we moved to Millerville. His farm equipment leasing company seemed like the natural evolution of someone who had grown up around machinery and understood what local farmers needed. Justin had taken over his father's old auto repair shop on Highway 36 and transformed it into something bigger, more modern, catering to the agricultural community that formed the backbone of our local economy. Tractors, combines, irrigation systems, everything a modern farming operation required but might not be able to afford outright. So when Justin approached me at Murphy's Diner on a Tuesday in September, sliding into the booth across from me with that familiar grin, I had absolutely no reason to be suspicious. "I've got a business proposition for you," he said, ordering coffee from Diane behind the counter, who had been serving the same route for 20 years. "Something that could help both of us out financially." The pitch was straightforward and appealing. Justin's equipment leasing business was expanding rapidly, but he needed capital to purchase more inventory to meet demand. He was offering investment opportunities to select local people, promising returns of 15% annually on investments of $10,000 or more. "I'd rather work with people I trust than go to some bank in Topeka that doesn't understand agriculture," he explained. The numbers made sense based on what I knew about farming and equipment costs. 15% was higher than anything we could get from CDs or savings accounts, but not so high that it seemed unrealistic given the margins in agricultural equipment. Justin showed me spreadsheets on his laptop, detailed projections for growth, testimonials from farmers who were already leasing equipment and expanding their operations thanks to his financing options. "I've already got commitments from Benjamin, Ryan, and Alexander," he mentioned, naming 3 other neighbors, whose financial judgment I respected. "We're keeping this local, people who understand the community and want to see it prosper." The idea of being part of something that would strengthen Millerville's economy while providing financial security for Nicole and me was exactly the kind of opportunity we had been hoping to find. Nicole and I discussed it over dinner that night, weighing the pros and cons while our 15-year-old son Anthony did homework at the kitchen table. The investment would represent most of our savings, the money we had been accumulating for Anthony's college education and our own retirement. But 15% returns would actually accelerate those goals significantly if Justin's projections proved accurate. We decided to invest $12,000, essentially our entire emergency fund plus the money earmarked for a new roof. Justin came to our house the following Saturday evening to finalize the paperwork, bringing contracts that looked professional and legitimate, complete with legal language about terms, conditions, and responsibilities. Nicole signed as co-investor, and we shook hands on what felt like the beginning of financial security for our family. The first quarterly payment arrived exactly on schedule in December, a check for $450 that represented our share of the profits from Justin's expanding business. The second payment came in March, right on time, and Justin even included a handwritten note thanking us for our confidence and updating us on recent equipment purchases and lease agreements with farms throughout the county. But the June payment never arrived. When I called Justin's office, his secretary Kayla said he was out of town visiting equipment suppliers and would return my call within the week. The week stretched into 2 weeks, then 3, and my calls were increasingly met with evasive responses about Justin being busy with major deals that required his immediate attention. I drove past Justin's property on Highway 36 one Thursday evening in July, and noticed that the lot, which had been full of tractors and combines just months earlier, was completely empty. The building looked abandoned, windows dark. No vehicles in the parking area that had always been bustling with farmers and mechanics during business hours. A "For Lease" sign was posted near the road, something that made my stomach clench with the first real understanding that our investment might be in serious trouble. The next morning, I went to the county courthouse to research property records, hoping to find information about Justin's business operations or perhaps a forwarding address. What I discovered was far worse than simple business failure. The building on Highway 36 had been sold 3 months earlier to a development company from Wichita. Justin no longer owned any property in Millerville, and according to the clerk, he had not filed any business licenses or tax documents for his equipment leasing company in over a year. I called Benjamin, Ryan, and Alexander, the other neighbors Justin had mentioned as investors. None of them had invested any money. In fact, Ryan had never even been approached about the investment opportunity, and Alexander said Justin had only mentioned it in passing without providing any details or paperwork. The testimonials and commitments Justin had described were complete fabrications designed to make me feel confident about investing. Nicole took the news about our financial loss with the kind of quiet devastation that was worse than anger or tears. We had trusted someone we had known for 15 years, someone who had eaten at our table and helped us through difficult times. The betrayal felt more personal and more painful than simple fraud, because it destroyed our faith in the community relationships that had defined our lives in Millerville. But the story became infinitely more horrifying when the FBI arrived in town 6 weeks later. Special Agent Sarah Chen knocked on our door on a Tuesday morning in August, asking questions about our financial relationship with Justin and whether we had noticed anything unusual about his business operations or personal behavior. The questions seemed routine until she asked whether we had visited any of the properties Justin claimed to own or lease for equipment storage. Agent Chen explained that Justin was suspected of running a sophisticated Ponzi scheme that had defrauded investors across 3 states of over $2 million. But the investigation had uncovered something much darker than financial fraud. Several of the properties Justin claimed to own for equipment storage were actually sites where human remains had been discovered, and he was now considered a suspect in multiple homicides dating back several years. The farmhouse 40 miles outside Millerville, where Justin had supposedly stored combines and irrigation equipment, was actually a burial ground for at least 5 people who had been reported missing from small farming communities across Kansas and Nebraska. The FBI had found skeletal remains, personal belongings, and evidence suggesting the victims had been killed execution style before being buried in hastily dug graves behind the abandoned barn. Agent Chen showed me photographs of the victims, asking whether I recognized any of them or whether Justin had ever mentioned knowing people from outside Millerville. The faces were unfamiliar, but the ages and backgrounds were chillingly similar. All were middle-aged residents of small towns. All had reported missing persons cases that had gone cold within weeks, and all had last been seen meeting with someone about investment opportunities or business deals. The investigation revealed that Justin's equipment leasing company had never actually owned any equipment. The tractors and combines I had seen on his lot were either stolen or temporarily borrowed from legitimate dealers for the purpose of maintaining his cover story. The farmers who had supposedly provided testimonials about his services were either fictional or had been coerced into providing false statements through threats or intimidation. Most terrifyingly, the FBI discovered that Justin had been using investor meetings to identify potential victims for something much worse than financial fraud. Agent Chen explained that several of the murder victims had initially been approached about investment opportunities, just as I had been. The difference was that they had apparently asked too many questions, demanded too much documentation, or threatened to expose his fraudulent operations. "You were lucky," Agent Chen told me during our second interview. "Based on the pattern we've identified, investors who became suspicious or demanding usually disappeared within weeks of making those concerns known. Your decision to research the property records probably saved your life because it meant you discovered the fraud through your own investigation rather than confronting Justin directly." The arrest happened at a truck stop outside Oklahoma City, where Justin had been living under a false identity and apparently scouting for new victims among the farming communities of the Southern Plains. In his possession, authorities found detailed files on dozens of potential investors, including maps to secluded properties and what appeared to be plans for disposing of bodies in various rural locations. Justin confessed to 6 murders in exchange for avoiding the death penalty, though the FBI believes the actual number of victims is much higher. He received 6 consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would never be released from federal prison. The $2 million he had stolen from investors was never recovered, apparently spent on maintaining multiple identities and purchasing the tools and vehicles necessary for his killing spree. Nicole and I lost our life savings, but we gained something that felt even more valuable: the knowledge that we had survived an encounter with a serial killer who had been using financial fraud as a cover for murder. The investigation revealed that Anthony had actually been in danger too, because Justin had been asking neighbors about our family routines and whether our son walked home alone from school. The farmhouse where the bodies were found was eventually demolished after the FBI completed their forensic work, but the land remains undeveloped, marked only by a small memorial that lists the names of the confirmed victims. Local farmers still avoid the area, and the access road has been permanently closed by the county, creating a kind of dead zone in the landscape that serves as a constant reminder of the evil that had been operating among us. We moved to Colorado 6 months after Justin's arrest, unable to continue living in a community where we questioned every neighbor's motives and wondered what other secrets might be hidden behind friendly facades. The house in Millerville sold quickly but at a significant loss, as news of the murders had affected property values throughout the area. Nicole found work at a veterinary clinic in Fort Collins, and I transferred to a regional insurance office where no one knew about our experience with Justin or the investment scheme that had almost cost us everything. Anthony adapted to his new school with the resilience of teenagers, though he still has nightmares about the man who helped rebuild our garage and brought casseroles when his mother was sick. I know now that predators can spend years building trust and establishing credibility before revealing their true intentions. Justin had been patient, methodical, creating the perfect cover story for financial fraud while simultaneously identifying potential victims for murder. The investment opportunity was never about money. It was about finding isolated, trusting people who could be eliminated without triggering immediate suspicion. Most people invest with friends and neighbors because they trust the relationships they have built over years of shared experiences. But I learned that some people cultivate those relationships specifically to create opportunities for exploitation and violence. And sometimes the neighbor who helps you rebuild after a tornado is actually a serial killer who has been planning to bury you in an abandoned farmhouse since the day he moved to your street. The thing that haunts me most is remembering how natural and convincing Justin was during every interaction we had over those 15 years. There were no warning signs, no moments where his mask slipped, no behaviors that suggested he was anything other than the helpful neighbor we believed him to be. He attended church every Sunday, coached Little League baseball, and volunteered at the annual corn festival with the same enthusiasm as everyone else in our community. I never thought owning an auto repair shop would put me in a serial killer's crosshairs. I was 32, managing the family business in our small Nebraska town of 4,200 people. The kind of place where everybody knew everybody, where cars were left unlocked and kids walked to school without parents worrying. My wife Nicole and I had just bought our first house 3 blocks from Main Street, and life was moving along exactly as we had planned it. Quiet, predictable, safe. I had been pulling 12-hour days trying to get the shop ready for winter. That particular evening in late October, I had stayed until almost 11 p.m. working on Mrs. Henderson's old Buick because she needed it for her doctor's appointment the next morning. The only gas station open that late was the Shell on Route 47, about 3 miles outside town where the streetlights ended and the cornfields began. I knew the night clerk Ryan, a kid fresh out of high school who always had his earbuds in and a Monster Energy drink sweating on the counter. My truck's fuel light had been glaring at me for the last 5 miles, and I figured I would grab a coffee too. Maybe one of those packaged sandwiches that had been sitting under the heat lamp since noon. The parking lot was empty except for a beat-up Chevy Silverado parked crooked near the dumpster, rust eating through the wheel wells and one headlight dimmer than the other. I pulled up to pump number 2, killed the engine, and stepped out into the kind of cold that makes your nose hair stiffen instantly. As I was unscrewing my gas cap, I noticed movement near the store entrance. Two guys I had never seen before, both wearing dark hoodies. One was tall and lanky, maybe 6'3", with nervous energy that had him shifting his weight like a boxer warming up. The other was shorter, stockier, with a thick beard and hands shoved deep in his pockets. They were standing too close to Ryan, who had backed up against the cigarette display, his usual bored expression replaced with fear. I had already started pumping gas when I heard the first shout through the glass doors. The taller one had grabbed Ryan by the collar, lifting him off his feet, while the bearded one was behind the counter yanking at the cash register. I could see Ryan's mouth moving, probably explaining that he could not open the safe, that he did not have the combination. My first instinct was to get in my truck and drive away, call 911 from a safe distance. But then I saw the tall one pull something from his waistband. Even from 30 feet away through glass and bad lighting, I knew exactly what that dark metal shape was. And Ryan was just a kid, probably making minimum wage, definitely not getting paid enough to have a gun pointed at his temple. I left the pump running and started walking toward the store, my work boots crunching on loose gravel. I pulled out my phone, trying to look casual while dialing 911, but my fingers were numb from cold and adrenaline. The dispatcher answered just as I reached for the door handle, and I managed to whisper the address and robbery in progress before sliding the phone into my jacket pocket. The bell above the door chimed when I walked in, that cheerful electronic ding completely wrong for what was happening. Both men spun toward me with sharp predatory awareness. The tall one kept his gun on Ryan but shifted his body to face me. I could see his eyes now. Pale blue, bloodshot, pupils blown wide from what was probably methamphetamine. "Just getting coffee," I said, raising my hand slightly, trying to sound like I had not noticed anything unusual. The tall one studied me for what felt like hours, but was probably 3 seconds, his jaw working like he was chewing invisible gum. That gun hand trembling just enough to make me worry about an accidental trigger pull. That is when I noticed the tall one had moved closer to me, close enough that I could smell him. Stale sweat, cigarettes, and something chemical that burned my nostrils. "You are that mechanic guy," he said. And my whole body went rigid because being recognized meant this was about to get much worse than a simple robbery. "Fixed my cousin's Honda last month." His voice was raspy, like he had been screaming for hours. "Charged him $400 for an alternator." The gun was pointing at me now, wavering between my chest and my face. "That alternator failed already. My cousin had to miss work, lost his job, lost his apartment. That's on you." The logic was completely insane, but arguing with an armed drug addict about warranty policies seemed like a quick way to end up on the evening news. The bearded one was getting agitated, kept saying a name that sounded like Benjamin, and pulling at his partner's sleeve while glancing toward the door. Everything shifted in a matter of seconds. Sirens in the distance, faint but getting louder. Both men heard them at the same time I did. The bearded one bolted for the door immediately, bags clutched against his chest, knocking over a display of windshield wiper fluid that exploded across the floor in blue puddles. But the tall one did not run. Instead, his face went from angry to something else entirely, something blank and decided. "You did this," he said to me, and I knew what was coming before his arm extended fully, before his stance widened, before that finger stopped trembling and became steady with murderous purpose. I threw myself sideways toward the chip aisle, but I was 32 with bad knees from high school football. The first shot caught me in the lower back, right above my belt line, spinning me into the metal shelving. The second shot hit somewhere near my spine as I was falling, and then I could not feel my legs anymore. Just this strange absence where sensation should have been. The linoleum was cold against my cheek, and I could see under the shelves to where Ryan was crawling toward the back exit, leaving bloody handprints in the spreading pool of blue washer fluid. The tall shooter stood over me for a moment, looking confused, like he had not expected it to be this easy or this awful to shoot an unarmed man. I tried to move, tried to crawl toward help, but below my waist was just nothing. I could taste copper in my mouth and feel something warm spreading under me, soaking through my work shirt, pooling faster than seemed possible. My phone was still in my pocket, the dispatcher probably still on the line. The cops arrived in what felt like hours, but was probably under 2 minutes, their flashlights cutting through the store like lighthouse beams. An officer with a mustache knelt beside me, pressing something against my back while talking into his radio using codes I did not understand, but that sounded urgent. The paramedics came next, asking me questions I could not answer, telling me to stay awake when all I wanted was to close my eyes. One of them, a woman with a septum piercing who looked too young to be saving lives, held my hand while they got me on the backboard, saying I was doing great, that I was so strong. The next few months were a haze of surgeries, medical terms I could not pronounce, and learning that incomplete spinal injury meant I would probably never walk normally again. They caught both men 3 days later at a motel 40 miles north. The tall one was named Benjamin Garrett. The bearded one was named Alexander Walsh. Names that became permanent residents in my head, taking up space that should have been occupied by better memories. Benjamin got 25 to life. Alexander got 15 years. Numbers that seemed both too much and not enough for what they had taken from me and my family. Nicole had to sell the shop because we needed the money for medical bills and house modifications. Ramps, grab bars, a hospital bed that made our bedroom look like a care facility instead of the intimate space where we had planned our future together. The town rallied around us with fundraisers at the VFW hall and meal trains that lasted months. But there is a special kind of loneliness in being the guy everyone feels sorry for, in going from fixing cars with your hands to barely being able to hold a wrench steady. I still have dreams where I can run, where my legs work, where I make different choices that night. Maybe I just drive away. Maybe I do not stop for gas at all. But every morning I wake up to the same reality. A wheelchair beside the bed, Nicole's forced smile that does not quite reach her eyes anymore, and the knowledge that one Thursday night at a gas station changed everything. Not just for me, but for everyone who thought our little town was too small for this kind of violence. Most people can walk into a convenience store without calculating exit routes, or wondering if the other customers might be armed. But I know now that evil does not respect small town boundaries, that it can drive up in a rusty Silverado and destroy everything you have built in the space between two gunshots. I never thought my environmental testing job would uncover a decades-old murder conspiracy. I was 35, working as a state environmental inspector in Millerville, Colorado, a former mining town of 2,400 people tucked into a valley where the Rocky Mountains created natural barriers that kept the outside world at arm's length. The kind of place where families had lived for generations, where everyone knew each other's business, and where the biggest employer had always been the copper mine until it closed in 1987. My job involved testing soil and water samples throughout the region, ensuring that old industrial sites met current environmental standards before new development could proceed. It was routine work that rarely involved anything more exciting than elevated lead levels or contaminated groundwater from abandoned gas stations. I had been doing similar inspections for 8 years, and Millerville was supposed to be a straightforward assignment. The Blackwater copper mine had been sealed for over 30 years following what official records described as a structural collapse that killed 3 workers. The mine entrance was blocked with concrete barriers, warning signs posted throughout the area, and the entire site was surrounded by chain-link fencing that had rusted but remained intact. My assignment was to assess soil contamination levels in preparation for a housing development planned for the surrounding acreage. Benjamin Walsh, the current sheriff, met me at the site on a Tuesday morning in October, explaining the history of the mine and the 1987 accident that led to its closure. "Tragic business," he said, unlocking the gate that led to the testing area. 3 good men lost their lives when the main tunnel collapsed. The company sealed everything up rather than risk more casualties trying to recover the bodies. Sheriff Walsh seemed genuinely helpful, providing historical documents and maps that showed the mine's layout and the areas where I needed to collect samples. He even offered to accompany me during my initial site survey, though I assured him that would not be necessary. The testing process would take several days, and I preferred to work alone when collecting samples that required precise documentation. The first day's soil samples showed elevated copper levels, which was expected given the site's history, but nothing that would prevent development with proper remediation. I worked methodically, collecting samples in a grid pattern that extended from the sealed mine entrance toward the area where houses would eventually be built. It was on the second day that I discovered the anomaly. While testing soil near what the maps indicated was a ventilation shaft, my metal detector registered something large buried about 4 feet below the surface. The readings suggested metal objects much larger than the typical debris you would find around an old mining operation. I excavated carefully, following proper protocols for potentially hazardous materials, and uncovered what appeared to be a vehicle bumper. Further excavation revealed an entire pickup truck, a late 1980s Ford, buried deliberately and covered with a layer of mine tailings that had concealed it for decades. The truck's license plate was still attached, though corroded. I photographed everything before carefully brushing away enough dirt to read the numbers. A quick check of state records revealed that the vehicle had been registered to Marcus Thompson, reported missing in 1989 along with his wife Catherine and their teenage daughter Jessica. The Thompson family disappearance had been one of the region's most notorious unsolved cases. They had last been seen leaving their home in neighboring Riverside County, supposedly heading to California for a family vacation. Their house was found empty, mail piling up, but no evidence of foul play. The case had eventually gone cold, and most people assumed they had started new lives somewhere else. Finding their truck buried at the mine site changed everything. I immediately called the state police, and within hours the area was swarming with investigators, forensic specialists, and equipment for a full-scale excavation. Sheriff Walsh arrived shortly after the state police, and I noticed his demeanor had changed completely from our friendly interaction the previous day. Detective Sarah Chen from the state police took charge of the investigation, establishing a perimeter around the burial site and beginning the painstaking process of excavating the truck and searching for additional evidence. The work required several days, during which time I continued my environmental testing in other areas while staying available to answer questions about my discovery. The truck contained skeletal remains of 3 individuals, later confirmed through dental records to be the Thompson family. But the forensic examination revealed details that transformed this from a missing persons case into a homicide investigation. All 3 victims had suffered gunshot wounds to the head, and the truck showed evidence of being deliberately driven to this location before burial. Detective Chen interviewed me extensively about my discovery and the circumstances that led to finding the truck. During our conversation, she revealed information that made my blood run cold. The mine had not actually collapsed in 1987. According to geological surveys and mining company records she had obtained, the tunnels were structurally sound at the time of closure. The 3 workers who had supposedly died in the collapse were Marcus Thompson, Catherine Thompson, and their daughter Jessica. The official story about a mining accident had been fabricated to explain their disappearance and provide justification for sealing the mine site, preventing anyone from discovering their bodies. Further investigation revealed that Marcus Thompson had been a whistleblower, threatening to expose illegal dumping practices at the mine that violated federal environmental regulations. The mining company had been disposing of toxic waste in abandoned tunnels, saving millions of dollars in proper disposal costs while contaminating groundwater throughout the region. Marcus had documented these violations and planned to report them to federal authorities, which would have resulted in massive fines, criminal charges, and the mine's immediate closure. Instead of facing those consequences, someone had decided to eliminate the threat permanently. The conspiracy involved multiple levels of law enforcement and local government. Sheriff Walsh's predecessor, Ryan Martinez, had been directly involved in covering up the murders and creating the false narrative about the mining accident. Several county commissioners, mining company executives, and state inspectors had participated in the cover-up, ensuring that no investigation would uncover the truth. Detective Chen's investigation expanded rapidly, examining financial records, interviewing retired employees, and searching for additional evidence of corruption. The scope of the conspiracy was staggering, involving millions of dollars in bribes, falsified environmental reports, and systematic intimidation of anyone who might have questioned the official story. But the most shocking revelation came when Detective Chen arrested Sheriff Walsh himself. He had not just inherited the cover-up from his predecessor. He had been actively maintaining it for over a decade. The helpful cooperation he had shown during my initial site visit was actually an attempt to monitor my activities and ensure I did not discover anything that would expose the truth. Analysis of the buried truck revealed that it had been moved to the mine site shortly after the murders, using mining equipment to dig the burial pit and cover it with tailings. The entire operation had been planned and executed with the resources and authority of both the mining company and local law enforcement. The environmental contamination I had been hired to assess was actually much worse than anyone had suspected. The illegal dumping that Marcus Thompson had tried to expose had continued for years after his murder, turning the entire mine site into a toxic waste repository that posed serious health risks to the surrounding community. Federal investigators eventually identified 17 people involved in the conspiracy, including mining executives, county officials, and law enforcement officers. Sheriff Walsh received a life sentence for his role in the murders and cover-up. The mining company faced billions of dollars in cleanup costs and criminal penalties. The housing development that prompted my environmental assessment was permanently canceled. The entire mine site was designated as a Superfund cleanup location, requiring decades of remediation work to address the contamination that had been hidden for so long. I transferred to a different region 6 months after testifying in the trials that resulted from my discovery. Living in Millerville had become impossible once the community learned that their trusted sheriff had been protecting murderers and that their local government had been systematically lying to them for over 30 years. The experience taught me that environmental contamination often reflects deeper forms of corruption, and that the earth itself can preserve evidence of crimes that human institutions work desperately to conceal. Sometimes the most routine investigation can uncover secrets that powerful people have spent decades hiding. Most environmental inspectors test soil for chemical contamination and file reports that few people ever read. But I learned that some of us occasionally discover burial grounds that expose the toxic relationships between money, power, and violence in communities that appear peaceful on the surface. The Blackwater mine site remains closed, surrounded by new fencing and warning signs that tell only part of the truth about what lies beneath the surface. The real memorial to Marcus, Catherine, and Jessica Thompson is not the small marker placed near the former mine entrance, but the environmental cleanup that finally addresses the contamination Marcus died trying to expose. I never thought joining a Facebook group would put me on a predator's hunting list. I was 28, fresh out of a messy divorce, starting over as the new veterinarian in Millbrook, Ohio. A small town of 8,000 people nestled between rolling farmland and suburban sprawl. The kind of place where people still waved at strangers on Main Street and left casseroles on your doorstep when you moved in. After 3 years of marriage counseling and legal fees in Columbus, Millbrook felt like a sanctuary where I could rebuild my life quietly and safely. The veterinary clinic on Maple Avenue was everything I had dreamed of during those long nights in veterinary school. A converted Victorian house with original hardwood floors, large windows that let in afternoon sunlight, and examination rooms that still had the charm of someone's former living spaces. Dr. Patricia Hendricks, the retiring vet, had built a practice where farmers trusted her with their prize cattle and families brought their golden retrievers for routine checkups with equal confidence. My apartment was a small one-bedroom above the bakery on Main Street, close enough to walk to work but far enough from my ex-husband's lawyers and process servers. The smell of fresh bread every morning felt like a promise that life could be simple and good again. Nicole, the baker downstairs, always had coffee ready by 6 a.m. and never asked personal questions, which I appreciated more than she probably realized. Joining the Millbrook Community Board Facebook group seemed like the logical next step toward integration. A place to learn about local events, find recommendations for everything from plumbers to pizza, and maybe make connections with people who did not know about my failed marriage or the reasons it ended so badly. The group had 1,200 members, mostly longtime residents sharing updates about school board meetings and lost cats. My introduction post was simple enough. Hi everyone, I'm Megan, the new vet taking over Dr. Hendricks' practice. Looking forward to meeting you all and serving the Millbrook community. Any recommendations for the best coffee shop? Innocent? Professional? The kind of post that should have generated a few friendly replies about local businesses and maybe some questions about veterinary services. Instead, it generated immediate attention that felt slightly off balance. Within an hour, I had 17 comments. Most of them welcoming, but a few that lingered in my memory with uncomfortable specificity. Welcome to town, beautiful. You'll love it here if you know how to appreciate the finer things. Another. Hope you're settling in well. The Victorian apartments on Main Street are charming, but the locks are pretty old. Might want to upgrade for safety. The second comment bothered me enough that I walked downstairs to ask Nicole about building security. She assured me the front door lock had been upgraded recently and that Main Street was perfectly safe, but something in her expression suggested she was not entirely convinced. Just keep your apartment door locked, she said, avoiding eye contact while wiping down the counter with more force than necessary. Alexander Smith started private messaging me 3 days after my introduction post. His profile picture showed a pleasant-looking man in his early 40s, brown hair, kind eyes, wearing a flannel shirt against what looked like a farm backdrop. His posts in the community group were always helpful, informative, the kind of content you would expect from a longtime resident who genuinely cared about his neighbors. Welcome to Millbrook, his first message read. I know starting over in a new place can be overwhelming. If you need any help navigating local services or just want someone to show you around, I'd be happy to help. I've lived here my whole life and know everyone worth knowing. Friendly, appropriate, the kind of offer I might have accepted from a neighbor in a different context. But Alexander's messages became more frequent and progressively more personal. He knew I was divorced before I had mentioned it publicly. He knew I worked late on Thursdays because the clinic stayed open for emergency calls. He knew I lived alone above the bakery, knew my apartment number, knew that I usually got home around 7 p.m. and that my bedroom faced the alley behind Main Street. I noticed your lights were on pretty late last night, one message read. Everything okay? It's not safe for a woman to be wandering around alone after dark in an unfamiliar place. There are people in this town who might take advantage of someone new, someone vulnerable. The concern felt manufactured, and the word vulnerable made my skin crawl with recognition. I stopped responding to Alexander's messages, but that did not stop them from arriving. 3 or 4 per day, each one revealing more intimate knowledge of my daily routine than any stranger should possess. He knew I bought groceries on Tuesday evenings at the IGA, knew I usually walked to work rather than driving. knew I had been asking around about hiking trails in the state park. The messages shifted from friendly offers to subtle warnings about other people in town. Be careful of the construction workers renovating the bank building. They've been asking about the new vet, specifically whether you live alone. And some of the guys at Murphy's bar have been talking about you. Nothing dangerous, but small-town gossip can get uncomfortable quickly. I started varying my routine, taking different routes to work, shopping at different times, staying late at the clinic to avoid walking home during predictable hours. But Alexander's messages suggested he was adapting to my changes faster than I was making them. Saw you took the back road home tonight. Smart choice. Oak Street has better lighting and more foot traffic. The veterinary clinic's security cameras captured something that made my blood freeze during my 3rd week in town. I had stayed late on a Thursday to monitor a golden retriever recovering from surgery, and around 10 p.m. I noticed movement in the parking lot. A figure standing near the back entrance, not quite close enough to trigger the motion lights, but positioned where he could watch both the clinic and my apartment windows across the street. The video quality was not perfect, but the height and build matched Alexander's profile pictures exactly. He stood there for 47 minutes according to the timestamp, occasionally checking his phone, never moving far enough from the shadows to be clearly visible to anyone looking out casually. When I finally left through the front entrance, he was gone, but my apartment lights were visible from where he had been standing. I called the police the next morning, bringing printed screenshots of Alexander's messages and the security footage. Officer Ryan Mills looked through everything with the patient thoroughness of someone who had dealt with stalking cases before, but his expression told me what I was afraid to hear. Nothing here is technically threatening, he explained. Weird, uncomfortable, definitely crossing boundaries, but not criminal. We can talk to him, ask him to back off, but without explicit threats or physical contact, our options are limited. Alexander stopped messaging me after the police visit, but that felt more ominous than reassuring. The sudden silence suggested he knew about law enforcement involvement, which meant he was either more connected in town than his profile suggested, or more observant than I had realized. My routine changes became more extreme. Different grocery stores in neighboring towns, varying work schedules, asking Nicole to accept packages so I would not have to interact with delivery drivers. The break-in happened on a Tuesday in November during the 3 hours I spent at a veterinary conference in Mansfield. Someone had picked the lock on my apartment door with professional precision, leaving no scratches on the metal, no signs of forced entry. Nothing was missing, but everything felt wrong in ways I could not initially identify. My underwear drawer had been searched, items refolded but not quite in the same positions. My bathroom cabinet showed similar signs of careful inspection. Whoever had been inside had spent time in my bedroom, possibly going through my closet, definitely handling personal items with a thoroughness that made me nauseous to contemplate. The police found no fingerprints, no evidence that would stand up in court, no proof that anyone had been inside at all. Could be you're misremembering how you left things, Officer Mills suggested gently. Stress and paranoia can make people hyper-aware of details that might normally go unnoticed. But I knew what I knew, and what I knew was that Alexander Smith or someone working with him had been inside my home. I hired a private investigator the next day, a former police detective named Sarah Cross who specialized in stalking and harassment cases. Sarah's background check on Alexander Smith revealed information that shattered any remaining sense of safety I had in Millbrook. Alexander Smith was not a local farmer or longtime resident. Alexander Smith was not even his real name. His actual identity was Marcus Allen Walsh, and he had restraining orders filed against him in 3 different states. The Facebook profile, the helpful community posts, the entire persona of Alexander Smith had been constructed over the course of 18 months, carefully building credibility and local connections in preparation for whatever he was planning to do to me. Sarah's investigation revealed that Marcus had a pattern of targeting women who posted in small-town Facebook groups, particularly women who mentioned being new to the area or recently divorced. He researched his victims thoroughly, sometimes for months, learning their routines and vulnerabilities before making contact. The farm backdrop in his profile picture was stock photography. The helpful posts in community groups were often copied from other towns' Facebook discussions. Most terrifyingly, Marcus had not been working alone. Sarah discovered connections between his activities and at least 2 other fake Facebook profiles in the Millbrook group. The construction workers he had warned me about were actually watching me for him. The men at Murphy's bar discussing me were reporting back to someone who was coordinating my surveillance with frightening efficiency. "You were selected," Sarah explained during our second meeting, her voice carrying the weight of someone who had seen this pattern too many times before. New to town, recently divorced, living alone, working a job that requires predictable hours. You checked every box on their target list. The Facebook post was just confirming what they already suspected about your availability and vulnerability. The FBI arrested Marcus Allen Walsh and 2 accomplices 3 weeks later at a motel in Kentucky, where they found detailed files on 17 women across 6 states. My file was the thickest, filled with photographs taken from outside my apartment, copies of veterinary records they had somehow accessed, and a timeline of my daily activities that spanned nearly 2 months. Marcus received 15 years in federal prison. His accomplices got shorter sentences in exchange for cooperation, revealing a network of men who used social media to identify and hunt isolated women in small communities across the Midwest. The Millbrook Community Board Facebook group had been compromised for over a year, with multiple fake profiles gathering intelligence on potential victims. I left Millbrook 3 days after the arrests, driving straight through to Oregon, where my sister lives, and where I could disappear into a city large enough that anonymity felt possible again. The veterinary practice went to a colleague from veterinary school who had no idea why I was selling so cheaply or why I refused to discuss my reasons for leaving. Nicole from the bakery still sends Christmas cards, always including updates about Millbrook that I read with the fascination of someone who survived a disaster and needs to know the aftermath. The Facebook group was disbanded after the FBI investigation revealed the extent of infiltration. The clinic continues to thrive under new ownership. Life goes on for everyone who was not selected as prey. But I know now that digital communities are hunting grounds, that social media profiles can be elaborate traps, that predators study their victims with the patience and thoroughness of scientists conducting research. I know that small towns are not inherently safer than cities, just easier to monitor and control when you have the right connections and enough advanced planning. Most people join community Facebook groups to find restaurant recommendations and learn about local events. But I learned that some people join to find victims, to identify women who are alone and vulnerable, to gather intelligence for crimes that unfold over months rather than minutes. And sometimes the friendly neighbor who offers to help you settle in is actually a predator who has been preparing to destroy your life since the moment you announced your existence to his hunting ground. The investigation also revealed something that still keeps me awake at night. Marcus had been planning to escalate beyond surveillance and psychological intimidation. In his hotel room, agents found zip ties, duct tape, and a detailed map showing the route from my apartment to an abandoned farmhouse 40 miles outside Millbrook. Sarah told me later that based on similar cases, I probably had less than a week before he moved from watching to acting. I never thought working as a forest ranger would put me face to face with something that defied every natural law I understood. I was 30, stationed at the Pine Ridge Ranger Station in northern Idaho, responsible for monitoring 50,000 acres of wilderness that surrounded our tiny community of maybe 200 year-round residents. The kind of place where everyone knew everyone else's business, where the nearest town was 40 miles of winding mountain roads. and where the biggest excitement was usually a lost hiker or the occasional bear sighting. I had been working these forests for 6 years, knew every trail, every creek crossing, every place where cell phone service cut out completely. The job suited me perfectly after my divorce, offering solitude and purpose in equal measure. My days were spent checking campsites, maintaining trails, and educating tourists who thought a day hike required nothing more than sneakers and a water bottle. The first sign something was wrong came during my regular patrol of the Blackwater Trail in early September. I was checking the primitive campsites along the creek, making sure previous visitors had properly extinguished their fires and packed out their trash, when I noticed the stones. Someone had arranged rocks in a perfect spiral pattern about 15 feet from the established fire ring, each stone precisely placed with mathematical accuracy. Campers occasionally built unauthorized fire rings or stacked rocks as markers, but this was different. The spiral was too precise, too deliberate, and the stones had been selected for specific sizes and colors in a way that suggested knowledge of some system I did not understand. I photographed the arrangement and dismantled it, assuming it was the work of some artistic camper who did not realize they were supposed to leave no trace. But 3 days later, during my next patrol of the area, the spiral was back. Exactly the same pattern, using the same stones I had scattered, rebuilt with the same mathematical precision. This time I left it undisturbed and set up a trail camera about 50 yards away, hidden behind a fallen log where it could monitor the area without being easily spotted. The footage from that first week showed nothing unusual during daylight hours. Hikers passed by without seeming to notice the stone arrangement. A family of deer grazed nearby one afternoon, but the night footage was different. Something moved through the frame around 2:30 a.m. on the fourth night, too quickly for the camera to capture clearly, but large enough to trigger the motion sensor. I reviewed that segment repeatedly, enhancing the image as much as possible with the equipment available at the ranger station. What I saw looked human in size and shape, but the movement was wrong. It glided between trees without disturbing branches, covered ground too quickly, and seemed to understand exactly where the camera was positioned because it remained mostly out of frame. Over the next 2 weeks, I found similar stone spirals at 3 other locations throughout my patrol area. Always in remote spots, always built with the same mathematical precision, always accompanied by other subtle signs that someone or something was moving through the forest with intimate knowledge of the terrain. Broken branches that formed directional arrows, scratched bark on trees that created crude symbols, footprints that appeared for a few yards before vanishing completely. The footprints were the most disturbing discovery. They were roughly human in size and shape, but the stride length was impossible for any person to achieve naturally. The depth and spacing suggested someone taking steps of 8 to 10 feet across uneven forest floor, something that would require superhuman strength and balance. I started carrying additional equipment during my patrols. A better camera, motion sensors, audio recording devices, anything that might help me document whatever was creating these signs. My supervisor, Benjamin, thought I was becoming paranoid about vandalism, but he supported my investigation as long as it did not interfere with regular duties. The breakthrough came during a night patrol in late September. I was checking the Whitman Creek area around midnight when I heard sounds that made my blood freeze. Footsteps moving parallel to my position, maintaining perfect pace with my movement, staying just beyond the range of my flashlight. When I stopped, the footsteps stopped. When I continued, they resumed. I tried calling out, thinking it might be a lost hiker, but received no response. The footsteps continued for nearly 20 minutes, never getting closer but never falling behind, as if something was studying my movements with scientific precision. When I finally reached my vehicle and drove back to the ranger station, I felt eyes watching from the tree line until I was completely out of the forest. The next morning, I found fresh stone spirals at 2 locations I had visited during that night patrol. but these were different from the earlier arrangements. The stones were larger, the patterns more complex, and they incorporated elements that seemed specifically designed to communicate something. Small bones arranged in geometric patterns. Feathers from local birds woven into the stone arrangements. Pieces of bark carved with symbols that resembled no writing system I recognized. I contacted Dr. Sarah Martinez, an anthropologist at the University of Idaho, sending her photographs of the symbols and arrangements. Her response was immediate and alarming. The patterns matched descriptions from Native American folklore about forest entities that existed between the human and spirit worlds. Beings that served as guardians or warnings for people who ventured too deep into sacred wilderness areas. According to Dr. Martinez, several tribes in the region had legends about watchers that monitored human activity in certain forests, particularly areas where ancient burial grounds or ceremonial sites were located. The stone spirals and carved symbols were traditional methods these entities used to mark territory and communicate with humans who were sensitive enough to recognize their presence. But Dr. Martinez also mentioned something that made my situation much more serious. According to the folklore, these entities typically ignored human activity unless they perceived a threat to the forest or its sacred sites. The fact that one was actively engaging with me, creating increasingly complex arrangements and following my movements, suggested it was trying to communicate something urgent. I spent the next week researching the history of the Pine Ridge area, discovering information that the Forest Service had never included in our training materials. The entire region had been used by local tribes for centuries as a burial ground for important leaders and shamans. Several sites throughout my patrol area contained remains that were considered sacred and protected by both federal law and tribal agreements. The revelation that I had been unknowingly walking through ancient burial sites explained the Watcher's behavior. It was not threatening me directly, but trying to educate me about the significance of the areas I was responsible for protecting. The stone spirals were markers indicating sacred sites. The carved symbols were warnings about places where human activity should be limited or avoided entirely. I contacted the regional tribal council, explaining my experiences and asking for guidance on how to properly respect the sacred areas within my patrol zone. The response was swift and supportive. Tribal Elder Ryan Whitehorse agreed to meet with me and conduct a formal blessing ceremony to acknowledge my new understanding of the forest's spiritual significance. During the ceremony, conducted at sunrise near one of the stone spiral sites, Elder Whitehorse explained that the Watcher I had been encountering was likely the spirit of an ancient guardian whose responsibility was to protect the burial sites from disturbance. My willingness to learn and adapt had apparently satisfied this spirit, because the mysterious activities ceased immediately after the blessing. The stone spirals remained in place, but they stopped appearing in new locations. The footprints and carved symbols disappeared entirely. My night patrols returned to normal with only the usual sounds of wildlife and wind through the trees. But I maintained the protocols Elder Whitehorse had taught me, approaching certain areas with greater reverence and limiting tourist access to the most sensitive sites. 6 months later, I was promoted to district supervisor, partially because of my work documenting and protecting the cultural resources within the Pine Ridge area. The experience had taught me that forests contain layers of history and significance that extend far beyond what appears on topographic maps or in government databases. I still patrol the same trails, but with different eyes and deeper respect for the ancient connections between land and spirit that most people never recognize. The Watcher taught me that some things in the wilderness demand acknowledgement rather than explanation, and that the most important part of protecting natural areas is understanding their complete history, not just their biological significance. Most forest rangers monitor wildlife populations and maintain recreational facilities. But I learned that some of us are called to serve as bridges between the modern world and ancient responsibilities that predate government agencies by thousands of years. Sometimes the most important part of protecting a forest is recognizing that you are not its first guardian, just its most recent one. The stone spirals still appear occasionally, but now I understand them as gifts rather than warnings. Reminders that the forest holds wisdom older than any human institution, and that true stewardship requires humility before forces we may never fully comprehend, but must always respect. I never thought working the night shift at a truck stop diner would put me on a serial killer's target list. I was 24, waiting tables at Murphy's 24-hour diner in Millerville, Wyoming, a town of 3,400 people that sits right on Highway 47 where truckers and travelers pass through on their way between Denver and Salt Lake City. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's story, where strangers stick out immediately, and where the biggest excitement was usually someone's credit card getting declined or a trucker falling asleep in his rig. The diner was one of those classic roadside establishments that had been serving coffee and pie since the 1960s, with red vinyl booths, a long counter with spinning stools, and a jukebox that still played actual records. I worked the overnight shift, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., serving coffee to long-haul truckers and the occasional lost tourist who had taken a wrong turn somewhere in the vast Wyoming darkness. My routine was simple and predictable. Clock in at 10, serve truckers and insomniacs until the morning rush started around 5:30. Then walk home to my apartment on Oakwood Drive as the sun came up. It was a 15-minute walk through residential streets that were completely safe, past houses where people left their doors unlocked and kids still played in unfenced yards. The first sign something was wrong came during my second week of March, when a trucker named Alexander started asking questions that felt too personal for casual conversation. He was a regular customer, drove for a freight company out of Nebraska, and usually stopped at Murphy's twice a week on his route. But his questions had shifted from general friendliness to specific curiosity about my schedule, my living situation, and whether I walked home alone. "You shouldn't be walking by yourself at that hour," Alexander said during one of his visits, stirring sugar into his coffee with more attention than the task required. "A pretty young girl like you living alone, there are people who might take advantage of that. Dangerous people pass through here all the time." I assured him that Millerville was perfectly safe, that I had been walking home alone for months without any problems, but Alexander's concern felt manufactured in a way that made me uncomfortable. He knew too much about my routine, mentioned details about my apartment location that I had never shared with any customer. Other truckers started making similar comments. Benjamin, who drove for a different company but seemed to know Alexander, mentioned seeing me walk down Oakwood Drive and suggested that I should consider getting rides home instead of walking alone in the dark. Ryan, another regular, asked whether my family knew I was working nights and walking home by myself. The questions felt coordinated, as if these men were sharing information about me and comparing notes about my habits and vulnerabilities. I started paying closer attention to their conversations, noticing that they often sat together when their stops at the diner coincided, and that they seemed to have detailed knowledge of Millerville's layout despite supposedly just passing through. It was during the last week of March that I realized the scope of what was happening. A trucker I had never seen before came in around 2 a.m., ordered coffee and pie, and spent over an hour asking casual questions about the area. Where did most of the young women in town live? Were there college students? Did people generally feel safe walking alone at night? When I asked him about his route, he gave vague answers about picking up loads in the area but could not name any specific businesses or destinations. His truck was parked where I could see it through the diner's front windows, and I noticed he spent a lot of time looking at a notebook, writing down information between sips of coffee. I started documenting these interactions, writing down license plate numbers, descriptions of the truckers who asked unusual questions, and details about their apparent knowledge of local geography and residents. The pattern that emerged was disturbing. At least 6 different men, all claiming to be independent truckers, had been asking similar questions over the past month. The breakthrough came when I overheard part of a conversation between Alexander and Benjamin during a busy Friday night. They were discussing the girl who walks on Oakwood and mentioning specific details about my apartment building, including which unit I lived in and which direction I approached from when walking home. Most chillingly, Alexander mentioned something about the collection schedule and how I fit the profile perfectly. The conversation ended abruptly when they noticed I was within earshot, but I had heard enough to understand that my routine was being studied by multiple people who were coordinating their observations. I called the Wyoming State Police the next morning, speaking with Detective Sarah Walsh, who specialized in interstate crimes involving truckers and highway predators. She took my report seriously, particularly when I described the coordinated nature of the questioning and the detailed knowledge these men seemed to have about local women and their routines. Detective Walsh explained that law enforcement had been tracking a pattern of disappearances along truck routes throughout the Mountain West, cases where young women working night shifts or walking alone had vanished without a trace. The victims were typically between 20 and 30 years old, lived alone, and worked jobs that required predictable late-night schedules. What you're describing fits a pattern we've been investigating for over a year, Detective Walsh told me. Groups of truckers working together to identify and track potential victims in small towns along their routes. They share information, study routines, and coordinate abductions that appear random but are actually carefully planned operations. The state police set up surveillance around the diner and my apartment, monitoring the truckers who had been asking questions about me. They also installed recording equipment to document conversations between the suspected predators, hoping to gather evidence that would support federal charges for conspiracy and interstate trafficking. The arrest happened 3 weeks later when Alexander and Benjamin attempted to approach me while I was walking home from work. They had parked their trucks strategically along my route, with Alexander waiting near my apartment building while Benjamin positioned himself to block my normal path, forcing me to walk past where Alexander was waiting. Plainclothes officers intervened before they could make contact with me, arresting both men and discovering evidence in their trucks that revealed the extent of their operation. They found detailed files on dozens of women throughout Wyoming, Montana, and Colorado, including photographs, work schedules, and home addresses gathered during months of surveillance. The investigation expanded rapidly, revealing a trafficking network that involved 17 truckers operating across 8 states. They had been abducting women from small towns along their routes, transporting victims across state lines and selling them to buyers in major cities. The operation had been active for over 3 years, and law enforcement believes they were responsible for at least 23 disappearances. Alexander received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Benjamin and 4 other core members of the network received sentences ranging from 25 to 40 years. The remaining truckers received shorter sentences in exchange for cooperation, but their testimonies revealed the sophisticated planning and coordination behind what had appeared to be random disappearances. I quit my job at Murphy's Diner and moved to Colorado Springs 2 months after the arrests, unable to continue living in Millerville, where I constantly worried about whether other predators might be studying my routines. The knowledge that I had been selected as a target, that my daily activities had been documented and shared among criminals planning my abduction, made it impossible to feel safe in familiar surroundings. The diner closed permanently 6 months later, unable to recover from the negative publicity surrounding the case. Highway 47 still carries truckers and travelers through Millerville, but the town installed additional street lighting and organized community watch programs to monitor suspicious activity around businesses frequented by transient workers. Detective Walsh told me that my willingness to document the suspicious behavior and report it promptly probably saved my life and prevented other abductions. The network had been planning to take me during my walk home on April 15th, exactly 2 weeks after I contacted law enforcement. My cooperation provided the evidence needed to identify and arrest the entire operation. I still work night shifts, but now in a large city where anonymity provides security and where public transportation eliminates the need to walk alone through predictable routes. The experience taught me that predators often hide behind legitimate occupations and normal appearances, and that what seems like casual conversation can actually be intelligence gathering for criminal purposes. Most people who work night shifts worry about drunk customers or difficult co-workers. But I learned that some of us are being studied by organized criminals who see our routines as opportunities and our isolation as vulnerability. Highway truck stops and late-night diners can serve as hunting grounds for predators who understand that small-town trust and predictable schedules create perfect conditions for crimes that leave few witnesses and fewer clues. The network's files revealed that they had been monitoring Murphy's Diner for over 2 years, documenting the schedules and routines of every female employee. I was their primary target, but they had backup plans involving 2 other women who worked in town. The coordinated surveillance and planning involved in their operation was more sophisticated than anything local law enforcement had encountered, requiring federal resources and interstate cooperation to fully investigate and prosecute. Millerville still feels the impact of discovering that their small town had been a hunting ground for interstate traffickers. Property values declined, several businesses closed, and many families moved away rather than continue living in a community that had been systematically stalked by criminals who understood exactly how to exploit rural isolation and small-town routines for predatory purposes. I never thought working part-time at a pharmacy would expose me to a conspiracy that connected murder to prescription fraud. I was 38. Recently divorced, trying to rebuild my life in Millerville, Colorado, after losing nearly everything in my ex-husband's investment schemes. The town felt like the perfect place to start over, small enough that people looked out for each other, but large enough that I could maintain some privacy about my past failures. Henderson's Pharmacy on Main Street was exactly what I needed after the chaos of my marriage collapsed. Clean, quiet work organizing inventory, processing insurance claims, and helping customers with routine prescriptions. The pay was modest, but it was honest work that let me sleep at night, something I had not been able to do during the final months of fighting lawyers and creditors. Dr. Anthony had been the town pharmacist for over 20 years, one of those trusted community figures who knew everyone's medical history and family secrets. People brought their prescriptions to Henderson's not just because it was convenient, but because Dr. Anthony remembered their names, asked about their children, and genuinely cared about their health and well-being. During my second week on the job, I started noticing patterns in the prescription orders that seemed unusual for a small-town pharmacy. Large quantities of pain medication being ordered for patients I knew had died months earlier. Expensive drugs prescribed to people who, according to local knowledge, had never been seriously ill. Prescription bottles being prepared for pickup but never collected, accumulating in storage bins behind the counter. When I mentioned these observations to Dr. Anthony, his response was immediate and defensive. "Patient privacy is sacred," he told me, his voice carrying an edge I had never heard before. "We cannot discuss individual prescriptions or make assumptions about what people need. Our job is to fill what doctors prescribe, not to question medical decisions." His reaction felt disproportionate to what had been casual observations about workflow efficiency, but I attributed it to professional caution and my own inexperience in pharmacy operations. I focused on learning my duties and avoiding further questions about prescription patterns that were probably normal but unfamiliar to someone new to the business. It was during my third week that I discovered the storage room in the basement that Dr. Anthony had told me was for old records and equipment. While looking for inventory supplies, I found boxes of prescription medications that had supposedly been dispensed to customers but were clearly still in the pharmacy's possession. Thousands of pills, bottles still sealed, representing tens of thousands of dollars in medications that insurance companies had paid for but patients had never received. The medications were primarily pain management drugs, anxiety medications, and other controlled substances that had high street value. The quantities were staggering, suggesting systematic fraud over months or years rather than isolated incidents of unclaimed prescriptions. I photographed several boxes before leaving the storage room, uncertain about what I had discovered but knowing it represented something serious enough to require documentation. That evening I researched prescription fraud, learning about the connection between illegally diverted medications and both organized crime and individual dealers who supplied black market drug operations. The next morning, Dr. Anthony called me into his office. His demeanor completely different from the friendly employer I had come to know. "Someone has been in the storage room without authorization," he said, watching my reaction carefully. "That area contains confidential patient records and is off limits to all staff except myself." I assured him I had only been looking for inventory supplies, but his expression remained hostile and suspicious. "Patient privacy violations are federal crimes," he continued. "People who compromise medical confidentiality can face serious legal consequences, including criminal charges that would make it impossible to find employment in healthcare or other professional fields." The threat was clear, even though it was couched in language about regulatory compliance. Dr. Anthony was warning me to stay away from the storage room and to keep quiet about anything I might have seen. But his reaction confirmed that what I had discovered was significant enough to justify intimidation. Over the next week, I paid closer attention to the pharmacy's operations, documenting discrepancies between prescription orders, insurance billing, and actual dispensing. The pattern that emerged was systematic fraud involving fake prescriptions, billing for medications never delivered to patients, and diversion of controlled substances for illegal distribution. Dr. Anthony was working with someone to generate fraudulent prescriptions using the names and insurance information of deceased patients and people who had moved away from the area. The medications were being billed to insurance companies and government programs, but instead of being dispensed to patients, they were being accumulated for resale on the black market. But the operation was more complex than simple prescription fraud. I discovered that some of the fake prescriptions were being written for people who had died under suspicious circumstances. Individuals whose deaths had been explained as natural causes or accidents, but who had been in good health before their sudden passing. Among the names on fraudulent prescriptions, I recognized several people who had died within the past 2 years. Margaret Thompson, an elderly woman who had supposedly died of heart failure but had been active and healthy just weeks before her death. Robert Jenkins, a middle-aged farmer who had allegedly died in a farming accident but whose injuries, according to local gossip, had been inconsistent with the official explanation. The realization that Dr. Anthony might be connected to suspicious deaths in addition to prescription fraud made my situation much more dangerous. If he was willing to commit murder to maintain his fraudulent operation, my knowledge of his activities put me at serious risk. I contacted the Drug Enforcement Administration, speaking with Agent Benjamin Martinez, who specialized in prescription fraud and pharmaceutical diversion cases. Agent Martinez took my report seriously, particularly when I described the connections between fraudulent prescriptions and recent deaths in the community. "What you're describing could be part of a systematic operation involving both fraud and homicide," Agent Martinez explained. "Pharmacists who kill patients to maintain fraudulent prescriptions represent one of the most dangerous types of healthcare fraud, because they have both the means and the access necessary to commit murders that appear natural." The DEA launched an investigation, installing surveillance equipment in the pharmacy and monitoring Dr. Anthony's communications and financial transactions. They also began reviewing the medical records and death certificates of people whose names had been used for fraudulent prescriptions, looking for evidence of homicide disguised as natural death. The breakthrough came when forensic pathologists exhumed the bodies of 3 people whose names appeared on fraudulent prescriptions written after their deaths. Toxicology analysis revealed lethal doses of medications that Dr. Anthony had access to through his pharmacy. Drugs that would cause symptoms resembling heart failure or other natural causes of death. Dr. Anthony was arrested at the pharmacy during normal business hours, an event that shocked the entire community. People who had trusted him with their most intimate health information discovered that he had been systematically defrauding insurance programs, diverting controlled substances, and murdering patients who might have exposed his crimes. The investigation expanded to include law enforcement officers who had failed to properly investigate suspicious deaths, medical examiners who had signed death certificates without adequate examination, and insurance investigators who had ignored patterns of fraud. The conspiracy involved multiple levels of the healthcare and legal systems, all working to protect a murderous pharmacist. Dr. Anthony confessed to 7 murders in exchange for avoiding the death penalty, though investigators believe the actual number of victims was much higher. He had been killing patients who asked too many questions about their medications, who noticed discrepancies in their prescriptions, or who threatened to report irregularities to authorities. The pharmacy closed permanently after Dr. Anthony's arrest, leaving the community without convenient access to prescription medications. Many residents had to drive 40 miles to the nearest town for prescriptions, a hardship that particularly affected elderly and disabled people who had depended on Henderson's pharmacy for decades. I moved to Denver 3 months after the arrests, unable to continue living in a community where I had unknowingly worked for a serial killer who had used prescription fraud to cover his murders. The knowledge that I had been processing fake prescriptions for dead patients, some of whom Dr. Anthony had killed personally, made it impossible to feel comfortable in Millerville. The experience taught me that healthcare fraud often masks more serious crimes and that people in trusted positions can exploit that trust to commit murder with impunity for years before being discovered. Dr. Anthony had killed 7 people, stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars, and corrupted multiple systems designed to protect public health, all while maintaining the facade of a caring small-town pharmacist. Agent Martinez told me that my decision to document the suspicious patterns and report them promptly prevented additional murders and exposed a conspiracy that might have continued for years. Dr. Anthony had been planning to expand his operation, recruiting other pharmacists in neighboring towns to participate in the fraud and murder scheme. Most people trust their pharmacists to provide medications safely and legally. But I learned that some healthcare providers use their professional credentials to commit sophisticated crimes that exploit both insurance systems and patient trust. The prescription medications that are supposed to heal can become tools for fraud, theft, and murder when dispensed by someone who values profit over human life. Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we return with another chilling collection of accounts that have been deliberately buried beneath layers of silence and deception. In this episode, we will dive deep into the shadowed corners of small-town America with 8 harrowing tales of secret societies operating in plain sight, controlling entire communities through fear, manipulation, and unspeakable acts. These organizations may present themselves as harmless civic groups, historical societies, or charitable foundations. But behind their respectable facades lies a darkness that has claimed countless innocent lives. Each story you are about to hear has been meticulously researched and compiled from witness testimonies, leaked documents, and survivors who risked everything to expose the truth. The names of locations and individuals have been carefully altered to protect those who courageously came forward, as many of these secret societies continue to operate with impunity to this day. From the rolling hills of Vermont to the plains of Kansas, these clandestine organizations have woven themselves so deeply into the fabric of their communities that questioning their authority has proven fatal for many who dared to investigate. If you are new here, Make sure to subscribe to Buried Files for daily true horror content that reveals the disturbing secrets hidden in our own backyards. Hit that notification bell so you never miss when we uncover the conspiracies that they never wanted you to know about. Angela Morrison never expected to inherit anything from her great-aunt Ruth, a woman she had met only once at a distant family reunion when she was 12 years old. Ruth had been a spinster who lived alone in rural Montana, sending Christmas cards with $5 bills tucked inside but otherwise maintaining no contact with the extended family. So when a lawyer from Riverside, Montana called to inform Angela that she had inherited a house, 20 acres of land, and a small savings account, it felt like winning an unexpected lottery. The drive from Denver to Riverside took Angela through some of the most beautiful country she had ever seen. Rolling grasslands stretched to the horizon, broken by patches of cottonwood trees and the occasional ranch house sitting alone under the vast Montana sky. Riverside itself was exactly what she had expected from a small town with a population of 1,203 people. Main Street consisted of a few blocks of brick buildings from the early 1900s, a grain elevator that dominated the skyline, and the kind of wide streets that had been designed for horse-drawn wagons. Great-Aunt Ruth's house sat on the outskirts of town, a modest two-story farmhouse surrounded by fields that had been leased to neighboring ranchers for decades. The lawyer, a soft-spoken man named Harold Perkins, met Angela at the property to hand over the keys and explain the inheritance. Ruth had been 91 when she died peacefully in her sleep, he explained, and had lived in the same house for more than 60 years. She had been active in community affairs right up until the end, particularly with an organization called the Riverside Fellowship that operated the town's food bank and homeless shelter. Angela had taken a leave of absence from her job as a marketing coordinator in Denver to spend a month in Riverside, sorting through Ruth's belongings and deciding whether to sell the property or keep it as a weekend retreat. The house was filled with decades of accumulated possessions, from Depression-era furniture to boxes of photographs documenting Ruth's involvement in various community organizations. Angela found herself fascinated by the glimpses into her great-aunt's life, particularly her extensive volunteer work with the Riverside Fellowship. The fellowship had been founded in 1972 by Pastor David Brennan, a charismatic minister who had arrived in Riverside with a vision of creating a truly Christian community where neighbors looked after one another and no one went hungry or homeless. Unlike traditional churches that focused primarily on Sunday services, the fellowship operated 7 days a week, providing meals for the elderly, temporary housing for families in crisis, and job training programs for anyone who needed help getting back on their feet. Angela's first encounter with the fellowship came on her third day in town, when Pastor Brennan knocked on her door with a casserole and a warm welcome to the community. He was a man in his 60s with silver hair, kind eyes, and the sort of gentle manner that immediately put people at ease. He had known Ruth for decades, he explained, and wanted to express his condolences while also letting Angela know that the fellowship was there to help if she needed anything during her stay in Riverside. Pastor Brennan invited Angela to attend the fellowship's weekly community dinner, held every Wednesday evening in the basement of what had once been the Methodist Church. The building had been purchased by the fellowship years earlier when the Methodist congregation dwindled to just a handful of elderly members. Angela accepted the invitation, curious to learn more about the organization that had been such an important part of her great-aunt's life. The community dinner was exactly what Angela had expected from a small-town charity event. About 60 people gathered around long tables sharing a simple but hearty meal of pot roast, mashed potatoes, and green beans. The crowd was a mix of elderly residents, young families, and a few individuals who looked like they might be staying at the fellowship's homeless shelter. Pastor Brennan said grace before the meal, thanking God for bringing the community together and asking for continued blessings on their work helping those in need. After dinner, Pastor Brennan gave a brief presentation about the fellowship's activities and encouraged everyone to volunteer however they could. The organization operated on a shoestring budget, he explained, relying entirely on donations and volunteer labor to keep their programs running. They were always looking for people to help serve meals, sort donations at the thrift store, or provide transportation for elderly residents who needed help getting to medical appointments. Angela volunteered to help with the thrift store, thinking it would give her something productive to do while she sorted through Ruth's belongings. The store occupied a former auto parts shop on Main Street, its windows filled with donated furniture, clothing, and household items. The manager was a cheerful woman in her 50s named Carol Hendricks, who had been volunteering with the fellowship since its early days and seemed to know everyone in town. Working at the thrift store gave Angela a different perspective on Riverside's social dynamics. The customers were a mix of bargain hunters and people who genuinely needed affordable goods, but Carol had an uncanny ability to distinguish between the two groups. Regular customers who were struggling financially were quietly offered additional discounts or allowed to take items without payment, while tourists passing through town paid full price for the same merchandise. It was during her second week volunteering that Angela began to notice some troubling patterns in the fellowship's operations. Several times she observed Carol having whispered conversations with customers, arrangements that seemed to involve more than just buying used clothing or furniture. These conversations always took place near the back of the store, away from other customers, and invariably ended with the customer leaving through the rear exit rather than the front door. Angela's curiosity was further piqued when she discovered that the thrift store's back room contained far more merchandise than could fit in the main retail space. Boxes and bags of donated items were stacked to the ceiling, creating narrow aisles between towering walls of goods. Carol explained that they were always behind on processing donations, but something about her explanation did not ring true. Why would a charity store hold back merchandise when they needed money to fund their programs? The answer became clearer when Angela volunteered to help with the fellowship's weekly food distribution. Every Saturday morning, volunteers loaded trucks with groceries and delivered them to elderly residents and families who could not make it to the fellowship's main location. Angela was assigned to ride along with a driver named Tom Martinez, a quiet man in his 30s who seemed uncomfortable with small talk but knew exactly where to find every recipient on their route. The food distribution route took them to some of the poorest areas around Riverside, including a cluster of mobile homes near the railroad tracks and several isolated farmhouses where elderly residents lived alone. At each stop, Tom would carry boxes of groceries to the door while Angela waited in the truck. She noticed that the conversations at each door lasted much longer than necessary for a simple food delivery, and recipients often handed Tom envelopes or small packages before he returned to the truck. When Angela asked Tom about the extended conversations, he became evasive and changed the subject. The people on their route were grateful for the fellowship's help, he said, and sometimes liked to chat about their lives or share news about their families. It was an important part of the organization's mission to provide not just material assistance, but also human connection to isolated members of the community. Angela might have accepted this explanation if not for what she discovered in Ruth's personal papers. Hidden in a shoebox at the back of her great-aunt's closet was a collection of documents that painted a very different picture of the Riverside Fellowship's activities. Bank statements showed that Ruth had been making monthly payments to the fellowship for years, far more than reasonable donations to a charity organization. More disturbing were handwritten notes in Ruth's careful script, documenting her concerns about the fellowship's special services and her fear that she was being watched by other members of the organization. One note, dated just 3 months before Ruth's death, was particularly chilling. Ruth wrote that she had discovered the true purpose of the fellowship's food distribution program and was planning to contact authorities outside of Riverside. She was convinced that Pastor Brennan and his inner circle were using the organization's charitable work as a cover for illegal activities, possibly involving the elderly residents who received regular visits from fellowship volunteers. Ruth's final note expressed her terror that the fellowship had discovered her suspicions. She wrote that her house was being watched, her phone calls were being monitored, and she was afraid to leave her property alone. She had hidden copies of evidence in various locations around the house and hoped that someday someone would find them and expose the truth about the Riverside Fellowship's operations. Angela spent the next 2 days searching every inch of Ruth's house, following clues from her great-aunt's cryptic notes. In the basement, hidden behind a loose stone in the foundation wall, she found a manila envelope containing photographs, financial records, and a detailed journal documenting the fellowship's criminal activities. The evidence painted a picture of systematic exploitation that had been operating for decades under the guise of Christian charity. The fellowship's food distribution program was actually a drug trafficking network that used elderly residents as unwitting intermediaries. Volunteers would deliver groceries containing hidden packages of illegal substances, then collect payment and redistribute the drugs through the thrift store and other fellowship operations. Elderly recipients who became suspicious or threatened to report the activities were systematically isolated and eventually eliminated through carefully administered drug overdoses that appeared to be natural deaths. Ruth's journal documented at least 15 suspicious deaths among fellowship food recipients over the past 10 years, all elderly individuals who had died alone in their homes after expressing concerns about the organization's activities. The local sheriff, Rita Valdez, was either complicit in the cover-up or incompetent, because none of these deaths had triggered serious investigations despite the obvious pattern. Even more horrifying was Ruth's discovery that the fellowship was also involved in elder abuse and financial exploitation on a massive scale. The organization systematically identified isolated elderly residents, gained their trust through charitable services, then gradually assumed control over their finances and medical care. Victims were encouraged to name the fellowship as beneficiaries in their wills, then died under suspicious circumstances that allowed the organization to inherit their property and assets. Angela realized that she was in immediate danger. If the fellowship had killed Ruth to prevent her from exposing their activities, they would not hesitate to eliminate Ruth's heir who had inherited the evidence. She packed the most damaging documents in her car and drove directly to the state capitol, where she presented the evidence to the Montana Attorney General's office and requested protection for herself and any other potential witnesses. The investigation that followed revealed the full scope of the Riverside Fellowship's criminal enterprise. Pastor David Brennan and 12 of his associates were arrested on charges ranging from drug trafficking to elder abuse to multiple counts of murder. The organization had been responsible for the deaths of at least 23 people over 15 years, using their charitable activities as a perfect cover for systematic exploitation of the most vulnerable members of their community. Sheriff Rita Valdez was also arrested, charged with corruption and obstruction of justice for her role in covering up the fellowship's crimes. The investigation revealed that she had received regular payments from the organization and had deliberately failed to investigate suspicious deaths among elderly residents. Angela Morrison never returned to Riverside after testifying at the trial. She sold her great-aunt's property and donated the proceeds to legitimate organizations that actually helped elderly residents. The house where Ruth had lived and died now stands empty, its windows boarded up like a monument to the victims of a charity organization that used compassion as a weapon against the people they pretended to serve. Marcus Whitfield had been covering small-town politics for the Burlington Herald for over 15 years, but nothing had prepared him for what he would uncover in Millfield, Vermont. The assignment seemed routine enough when his editor handed it to him on a gray October morning. The town of 847 residents had been selected for a state heritage grant worth $2 million, and the paper wanted a feel-good piece about rural communities preserving their historical character. What Marcus discovered instead would haunt him for the rest of his life. Millfield sat nestled in a valley between rolling hills covered in sugar maples, their leaves burning red and gold in the autumn light. Main Street looked like something from a Norman Rockwell painting, complete with a white steepled church, a general store with wooden floors that creaked under your feet, and houses with wraparound porches where elderly residents waved from their rocking chairs. The Millfield Preservation Society had done an exceptional job maintaining the town's 19th century charm, right down to the gas street lamps that cast warm pools of light along the sidewalks each evening. Eleanor Ashworth, the Society's president, met Marcus at the town's small historical museum on his first day. She was a woman in her 70s with silver hair pulled back in a perfect bun and the kind of measured speech that suggested years of public speaking. Her handshake was firm, her smile welcoming, and her knowledge of local history was encyclopedic. She walked him through displays of Civil War artifacts, pioneer farming tools, and sepia photographs of long-dead residents whose descendants still lived in the same houses their great-great-grandparents had built. The Preservation Society had been founded in 1968, Eleanor explained, when developers from Boston had threatened to build a shopping complex on the outskirts of town. A group of concerned citizens had banded together to protect Millfield's character, eventually succeeding in having the entire downtown district listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Since then, the society had grown to include nearly every business owner and prominent family in town. They controlled what could be built, what could be renovated, and what needed to be preserved exactly as it was. Marcus spent his first few days interviewing longtime residents and photographing the pristine Victorian houses that lined Elm Street. Everyone he spoke with praised the Preservation Society's work. The town had avoided the strip malls and chain restaurants that had invaded other rural communities. Property values had remained stable even during economic downturns. Young families were moving to Millfield specifically because it offered the kind of safe, traditional environment that seemed to be disappearing everywhere else in New England. But there were subtle things that began to bother Marcus as he continued his reporting. When he asked about families who had moved away from Millfield, conversations became awkward and vague. People would mention that so-and-so had decided to try their luck elsewhere, or had found better opportunities in the city, but could never provide specific details about where these former residents had gone or what they were doing now. When Marcus asked for contact information so he could interview some of these families for a broader perspective on the town's development, he was told that most people had lost touch over the years. The town's public records also struck him as oddly incomplete. The clerk's office had meticulous documentation going back to the 1800s, but there were strange gaps in more recent decades. Death certificates, property transfers, and even high school graduation records seemed to be missing for certain years, particularly the late 1980s and mid-1990s. When Marcus asked about these gaps, he was told that there had been a fire in the basement storage area, and some documents had been damaged beyond recovery. Deputy Jim Krakowski was the only person Marcus encountered who seemed genuinely uncomfortable discussing the Preservation Society. Jim was a big man in his 40s who had grown up in Millfield, left for college and a stint in the Army, then returned home to join the small police force. When Marcus interviewed him at the tiny police station, Jim kept glancing toward the door and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. The Preservation Society was definitely committed to maintaining the town's character, Jim said, but sometimes their methods were a bit extreme. They had unofficial authority that went far beyond what was written in any municipal code. If someone wanted to change the color of their shutters or replace their front steps, they needed society approval. If a business wanted to update its sign or modify its storefront, Eleanor Ashworth and her committee had final say. People who ignored these unofficial rules often found themselves facing endless bureaucratic obstacles, unexpected tax assessments, or mysterious problems with their utilities. Jim told Marcus about a young couple who had moved to Millfield 3 years earlier and bought a rundown house on Maple Street. They had big plans to renovate the property, turning it into a bed and breakfast that would attract tourists interested in the town's historical character. But they made the mistake of beginning work without consulting the Preservation Society first. Within a week of starting renovations, they were cited for code violations. Their building permits were mysteriously revoked, and their contractor received anonymous threats that convinced him to abandon the project. The couple tried to fight the bureaucratic roadblocks for months, but eventually gave up and sold the house to Eleanor Ashworth's nephew for a fraction of what they had invested. Marcus asked Jim if he had investigated the anonymous threats against the contractor, but the deputy just shrugged. The contractor had never filed an official complaint, and without a formal report, there was nothing to investigate. Besides, Jim added with a bitter smile, the Preservation Society had been very generous to the police department over the years. Their annual fundraising dinner had paid for new equipment, vehicle upgrades, and even Jim's salary increases. It would be difficult to investigate people who were essentially his employers. The conversation with Deputy Krakowski left Marcus with more questions than answers, so he decided to dig deeper into the Preservation Society's finances. As a non-profit organization, their tax records were public, but obtaining them required a formal request to the state. While waiting for those documents, Marcus drove to the county seat and spent a day in the courthouse researching property transfers and business licenses. What he found there made his blood run cold. Over the past 20 years, the Preservation Society had acquired ownership of more than 60% of the residential properties in Millfield. Sometimes these acquisitions were straightforward purchases, but more often they involved complicated arrangements where the society would buy a mortgage from a bank, then foreclose when the owner encountered financial difficulties. In several cases, the society had purchased properties from families who had suddenly decided to move away from town, often selling for well below market value as if they were desperate to leave quickly. The pattern became even more disturbing when Marcus cross-referenced these property transfers with missing person reports from neighboring towns. At least 12 people who had sold property to the Preservation Society had never been seen again after leaving Millfield. Their families had filed missing person reports with state police, but the investigations had gone nowhere. The missing individuals had apparently withdrawn their savings in cash, abandoned their jobs without notice, and vanished without contacting relatives or friends. State police had classified these as voluntary disappearances by adults who had chosen to start new lives elsewhere. Marcus tried to contact some of these missing persons' relatives, but the conversations were frustrating and frightening. Family members were reluctant to discuss their missing loved ones, and several people hung up when Marcus identified himself as a reporter. One woman, the sister of a man who had disappeared after selling his house to the Preservation Society, agreed to meet Marcus at a diner 30 miles from Millfield. She arrived looking over her shoulder and speaking in whispers, clearly terrified that someone might overhear their conversation. Her brother had been planning to move to Florida after retiring from his job at the paper mill, she explained. He had lived in the same house his whole life, raised his children there after his wife died, and was looking forward to a quiet retirement somewhere warm. But something had changed in his final weeks in Millfield. He became paranoid and jumpy, convinced that people were watching his house and following him around town. He told his sister that he had discovered something terrible about the Preservation Society, something that put him in danger. Before he could explain what he had learned, he was dead. The official cause of death was listed as a heart attack, but his sister had never believed that explanation. Her brother had been in excellent health, with no history of heart problems. More importantly, his body had been discovered in the basement of his house, which made no sense because he never went down there. The basement stairs were steep and narrow, and his arthritis made it difficult for him to navigate them safely. The Preservation Society had arranged for a quick cremation before his sister could request an autopsy, claiming that her brother had specified cremation in a will that no one had ever seen. Marcus left that conversation with a growing certainty that he was investigating something far more sinister than historical preservation. The missing persons, the property acquisitions, the incomplete records, and the climate of fear that seemed to permeate the town all pointed toward a conspiracy that had been operating for decades. But he needed hard evidence, something more substantial than suspicious coincidences and frightened whispers. His breakthrough came when he finally received the Preservation Society's financial records from the state. Hidden among pages of routine expenses and fundraising income was a series of payments to a company called Heritage Transport Services. These payments, totaling more than $800,000 over 5 years, were listed as restoration consulting fees, but the amounts were far too large for any legitimate consulting work. When Marcus researched Heritage Transport Services, he discovered that it was a shell company with no employees, no office, and no legitimate business operations. The company's only listed asset was a fleet of refrigerated trucks. Marcus spent a sleepless night in his hotel room trying to piece together the implications of what he had discovered. A preservation society with access to refrigerated trucks, a pattern of missing persons who had owned valuable property, and a town where asking too many questions could be dangerous. The conclusion was almost too horrible to accept, but the evidence was overwhelming. The Millfield Preservation Society was not just preserving historical buildings. They were systematically murdering residents who posed a threat to their operations, then disposing of the bodies while seizing their property. The next morning, Marcus packed his belongings and checked out of his hotel before dawn. He had enough evidence to write his story, but he needed to get far away from Millfield before publishing it. As he drove through the center of town one final time, Eleanor Ashworth stepped out of the historical museum and waved goodbye with her characteristic warm smile. Marcus waved back, fighting the urge to floor the accelerator and flee as fast as his car could carry him. 3 weeks later, Marcus Whitfield's expose appeared on the front page of newspapers across New England. Within hours, state and federal law enforcement agencies had launched a massive investigation into the Millfield Preservation Society. What they uncovered was even worse than Marcus had suspected. The society had been operating a sophisticated human trafficking network, kidnapping residents who threatened to expose their activities and selling them to criminal organizations in major cities. The refrigerated trucks were used to transport victims who had been drugged and told they were being relocated to new jobs in other states. Eleanor Ashworth and 14 other society members were arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder, kidnapping, and organized crime. The investigation revealed that the society had been responsible for the deaths of at least 37 people over 2 decades. Many of the missing persons had not left town voluntarily. They had been murdered in the basement of the historical museum, their bodies dissolved in acid, and their property seized through forged documents. Marcus Whitfield received a Pulitzer Prize for his investigative reporting, but the recognition brought him no satisfaction. He had exposed a monstrous conspiracy, but he could not bring back the victims or undo the years of terror that had gripped Millfield. The town still exists today, its Victorian houses and gas street lamps preserved exactly as they were, but most of the buildings stand empty now. Few people want to live in a place where a historical preservation society turned into a criminal organization that murdered anyone who threatened their perfect vision of small-town America. Tommy Rodriguez had saved for 3 years to open his auto repair shop in Cedar Grove, Alabama, a small town of 2,156 residents that sat along Highway 82 between Montgomery and Tuscaloosa. The town had seemed perfect for his business venture when he first visited in the spring of 2021. Main Street still had the bones of prosperity from decades past, with solid brick buildings that had housed thriving businesses during the cotton boom years. The rent was affordable, the location had good visibility from the highway, and there was clearly a need for honest automotive service in a community where many residents drove older vehicles that required regular maintenance. Tommy had grown up in Birmingham, the son of Mexican immigrants who had taught him the value of hard work and treating customers fairly. He had spent 15 years working for other people's shops, learning every aspect of automotive repair while saving money and building a reputation for reliable service. When he finally opened Rodriguez Auto Service in a former gas station on the outskirts of Cedar Grove's downtown district, he felt like he was achieving the American dream his parents had sacrificed so much to make possible. The first few months went exactly as Tommy had hoped. Word spread quickly in the small town that the new mechanic was honest, skilled, and charged fair prices for his work. Farmers brought in their pickup trucks, elderly residents trusted him with their carefully maintained sedans, and young families appreciated his willingness to explain what was wrong with their vehicles and offer options that fit their budgets. Tommy hired 2 part-time employees and began looking into purchasing the building that housed his shop. His first encounter with the Cedar Grove Business Alliance came on a sweltering Tuesday morning in August, when a black Cadillac pulled into his parking lot and 3 people in expensive suits climbed out. The leader was a heavy-set man in his 60s named Frank Buchanan, who introduced himself as the Alliance's executive director. He was accompanied by Mayor Patricia Donnelly, a sharp-eyed woman who had held office for 12 years, and a man named Charles Webb, who was identified only as a community stakeholder. Frank Buchanan's manner was friendly but firm as he explained that the Business Alliance served as an unofficial chamber of commerce for Cedar Grove, helping coordinate economic development and ensuring that new businesses integrated successfully into the community. Every business owner in town was expected to join the Alliance and participate in their activities, which included monthly meetings, community fundraising events, and cooperative advertising campaigns that promoted Cedar Grove as a destination for shoppers and tourists. The membership fee was $500 per month, plus additional assessments for special projects and community improvements. In exchange, Alliance members received priority consideration for city contracts, favorable treatment in zoning and permit applications, and protection from unfair competition. Frank emphasized that last point with particular intensity, explaining that the Alliance worked hard to ensure that established businesses were not undercut by newcomers who did not understand local market conditions. Tommy politely declined to join the Alliance, explaining that he preferred to focus on providing good service to his customers rather than participating in business politics. His shop was doing well on its own, he said, and he did not see the need to pay monthly fees for benefits he did not require. The 3 visitors exchanged glances at his response, and Mayor Donnelly made a note on a clipboard before they left without further argument. Within a week, Tommy began experiencing problems that seemed designed to drive him out of business. The city building inspector arrived unannounced to conduct a comprehensive review of his shop, citing violations that had never been mentioned during previous inspections. The fire marshal followed 2 days later, ordering costly modifications to Tommy's electrical system and threatening to shut down the business if the work was not completed within 30 days. A representative from the State Environmental Protection Agency appeared the following week, claiming that someone had reported improper disposal of automotive fluids. Each inspection resulted in fines and mandatory improvements that cost Tommy thousands of dollars he had not budgeted for regulatory compliance. More troubling was the way his customer base began to shrink without explanation. Regular clients stopped bringing their vehicles to his shop, often offering vague excuses about finding service closer to their homes or deciding to take their cars to dealers in Montgomery instead. Tommy suspected that the Business Alliance was behind his troubles, but he had no proof of coordination between the organization and the various government agencies that were suddenly scrutinizing his operations. When he complained to city officials about the harassment, he was told that all inspections were routine and that any business owner who maintained proper standards had nothing to worry about. The situation escalated when Tommy discovered that someone had been spreading rumors about his shop around town. Customers began asking whether it was true that he used inferior parts, that he had been cited for environmental violations, and that his insurance might not cover work performed at his facility. Tommy tried to counter these rumors by offering references and guaranteeing his work, but the damage to his reputation was becoming irreversible. His breakthrough in understanding the Alliance's methods came when Janet Morris, an elderly woman who had been one of his first customers, stopped by the shop late one evening after closing time. Janet had been bringing her aging Buick to Tommy for routine maintenance, and he had always appreciated her straightforward manner and prompt payment. But she had not been to his shop in more than a month, despite previously scheduling regular appointments. Janet looked nervous as she explained that she had been approached by Frank Buchanan at the grocery store and told that Tommy's shop was under investigation by state authorities for fraudulent business practices. Buchanan had suggested that customers who continued to use Rodriguez Auto Service might face legal complications if the investigation resulted in criminal charges. He had also mentioned that Alliance member businesses offered special discounts to residents who could prove they were supporting local entrepreneurs rather than outside competitors. Tommy was furious but not surprised by Buchanan's tactics. What shocked him was Janet's revelation about how the Alliance enforced its control over the local economy. Business owners who refused to join the organization found themselves facing not just regulatory harassment and reputation attacks, but direct sabotage of their operations. Janet had heard stories about non-Alliance businesses experiencing break-ins, vandalism, and mysterious equipment failures that forced them to close permanently. The Alliance's power extended far beyond informal influence, Janet explained. Frank Buchanan's family had owned the largest employer in Cedar Grove for 3 generations, a textile mill that provided jobs for more than 200 people. Mayor Donnelly's husband was the president of the town's only bank, which held mortgages and business loans for most of the local population. Charles Webb owned the largest farm in the county and controlled agricultural supply contracts that dozens of smaller farmers depended on for their livelihoods. Together, these 3 individuals and their allies could make life impossible for anyone who challenged their authority. They could deny loans, cancel contracts, eliminate jobs, and coordinate government harassment until their targets had no choice but to leave town or submit to Alliance control. Over the years, they had driven out dozens of potential competitors and forced every remaining business to accept their terms for continued operation in Cedar Grove. Tommy realized that he was facing a choice between joining a criminal conspiracy or losing everything he had worked to build. The Alliance was essentially operating a protection racket that extorted monthly payments from business owners in exchange for allowing them to operate without interference. Business owners who paid the fees received preferential treatment and protection from competition, while those who refused were systematically destroyed through coordinated attacks on their finances, reputation, and physical assets. The decision became easier when Tommy discovered evidence of the Alliance's most serious crime. While researching property records at the courthouse, he found documentation of suspicious ownership transfers involving businesses that had been forced to close after refusing to join the Alliance. In each case, the failed business had been purchased at a fraction of its value by shell companies that were later revealed to be controlled by Alliance members. Even more disturbing was a pattern of insurance claims filed by Alliance members whose properties had suffered convenient accidents that eliminated competition. A restaurant that refused to join the Alliance had burned down under mysterious circumstances, with the insurance payout allowing the owner of an Alliance member restaurant to expand into the vacant location. A competing auto repair shop had been destroyed by a gas explosion that investigators attributed to equipment malfunction, despite the owner's insistence that the equipment had been recently inspected and properly maintained. Tommy began secretly documenting his interactions with Alliance members and government officials, recording conversations and photographing evidence of the coordinated harassment he was experiencing. He also reached out to business owners in neighboring towns who had dealt with similar organizations, hoping to build a case that would expose the alliance's illegal activities. His investigation revealed that the Cedar Grove Business Alliance was part of a larger network of similar organizations operating throughout rural Alabama. These groups used identical tactics to control local economies, sharing strategies and resources to eliminate competition and maximize profits for their members. The network included corrupt officials at multiple levels of government, creating a system of protection that made it extremely difficult for victims to find help through normal legal channels. Tommy's evidence gathering was interrupted when his shop was broken into on a Sunday night in October. The intruders had not stolen anything of obvious value, but they had gone through his filing cabinets and office computer, clearly searching for specific information. Tommy realized that the Alliance had discovered his investigation and would soon escalate their efforts to force him out of business. Rather than wait for the situation to deteriorate further, Tommy contacted the FBI field office in Birmingham and requested a meeting with agents who specialized in organized crime and public corruption cases. The evidence he had collected, combined with similar complaints from business owners in other towns, provided the foundation for a federal investigation that would eventually expose the Alliance's criminal activities. The FBI investigation revealed that the Cedar Grove Business Alliance and its affiliated organizations had been operating what amounted to a criminal enterprise for more than 20 years. Frank Buchanan, Mayor Patricia Donnelly, Charles Webb, and 14 other Alliance members were charged with racketeering, extortion, conspiracy, and arson. The investigation also resulted in corruption charges against officials from multiple government agencies who had participated in the harassment of non-compliant business owners. Tommy Rodriguez eventually reopened his auto repair shop after the Alliance leadership was arrested, but the experience had changed his perspective on small-town America. He had discovered that the picturesque communities portrayed in movies and television shows could hide sophisticated criminal organizations that controlled every aspect of local economic life. The American dream was still possible, but only for those willing to fight against the forces that sought to turn entrepreneurship into extortion and community cooperation into criminal conspiracy. Cedar Grove today is slowly recovering from decades of Alliance control, but the town's economy remains fragile. Many businesses that were driven out during the Alliance's reign of terror never returned, leaving empty storefronts along Main Street as monuments to the entrepreneurs who refused to pay protection money to criminals who hid behind the respectable facade of business development and community service. Dr. Sarah Mitchell had always been fascinated by the gaps in local history, the stories that communities preferred not to remember. As a professor of American Studies at Kansas State University, she had spent her career researching the darker chapters of small-town life that were often omitted from official records and sanitized historical accounts. When the Harmony Historical Committee invited her to research and write a commemorative book for the town's sesquicentennial celebration, she saw it as an opportunity to explore the social dynamics of a community that had remained remarkably isolated despite being only 40 miles from Topeka. Harmony, Kansas had a population of 934 residents, most of whom could trace their family roots in the area back at least 3 generations. The town had been founded in 1873 by German immigrants who had purchased a large tract of prairie land from the railroad company. Unlike many Kansas settlements that had boomed and busted with agricultural cycles, Harmony had maintained steady population and relative prosperity through careful community planning and conservative financial management. The historical committee was led by Councilman Robert Hayes, whose great-grandfather had been one of the town's original settlers. Robert was a soft-spoken man in his 50s who ran the local insurance agency and had served on the city council for more than a decade. He explained that the committee wanted a comprehensive history that would celebrate Harmony's achievements while preserving the stories of families who had built the community over 5 generations. Sarah was given access to the town's archives, housed in the basement of the public library under the supervision of Grace Peterson, the head librarian who had worked there for 37 years. The collection included city council minutes, school board records, church registers, and hundreds of photographs documenting community events from the late 1800s through the present day. Grace was knowledgeable and helpful, but Sarah noticed that certain periods in the town's history were poorly documented compared to others. The most obvious gap occurred during the 1960s, when Harmony had experienced significant changes that were mentioned in passing but never explained in detail. References in city council minutes suggested major population turnover, property sales, and the establishment of new community organizations. But the supporting documents that would explain these changes were missing from the archives. Grace explained that there had been a flood in the library basement during the 1980s, and many older records had been damaged beyond recovery. Sarah began interviewing longtime residents to fill in the gaps in the written record, but she quickly encountered resistance when she asked about the 1960s. Elderly residents would become vague and uncomfortable when discussing that period, offering generic statements about difficult times and community challenges without providing specific details. Younger residents seemed genuinely unaware that anything significant had happened, suggesting that the story had been deliberately forgotten rather than passed down through families. Her breakthrough came when she discovered a private collection of documents in the estate of a woman who had died the previous year. The woman's daughter, who was cleaning out her mother's house before putting it on the market, had found a box of newspaper clippings, photographs, and handwritten notes that her mother had apparently hidden in the attic. The daughter offered to let Sarah examine the materials, hoping that they might be useful for the historical project. The documents painted a disturbing picture of events that had occurred in Harmony during the summer of 1965. According to contemporary newspaper accounts from surrounding towns, Harmony had been the site of a mass disappearance that had attracted attention from state and federal law enforcement agencies. 13 families, totaling 57 individuals, had vanished from the community over a period of 6 weeks. Their houses had been left undisturbed, their belongings intact, and their bank accounts untouched, but the people themselves had simply disappeared without explanation. The missing families had all been relative newcomers to Harmony, having moved to the area within the previous 5 years. They represented different backgrounds and economic circumstances, but they shared one characteristic that set them apart from longtime residents. They had all expressed interest in modernizing various aspects of community life, from updating the school curriculum to allowing Sunday shopping to permitting social dancing at community events. Their disappearances had effectively ended all discussion of social changes that might challenge Harmony's traditional values. Sarah found additional documentation in old Kansas City newspapers that had covered the story as a regional mystery. State police had conducted a massive investigation, interviewing hundreds of residents and searching thousands of acres of farmland for evidence of what had happened to the missing families. The investigation had been hampered by the community's insistence that the families had simply decided to move elsewhere despite the lack of evidence supporting voluntary relocation. The newspaper coverage revealed details that made Sarah's blood run cold. Several of the missing families had told friends and relatives in other towns that they were planning to stay in Harmony permanently, having made significant investments in local property and businesses. Some had enrolled their children in school for the upcoming academic year. One family had been in the process of building a new house, with construction materials already delivered to their lot when they disappeared. Even more disturbing was the timing of the disappearances, which had occurred shortly after the missing families had begun organizing to challenge certain community decisions. They had questioned the historical committee's control over property development, objected to religious requirements for participation in civic activities, and advocated for more inclusive policies regarding newcomers who did not share the community's German Lutheran heritage. Sarah realized that she had stumbled upon evidence of what appeared to be systematic elimination of community members who threatened the established social order. The historical committee, rather than being a benign organization dedicated to preserving local culture, seemed to have been the coordinating body for a conspiracy that had resulted in the disappearance of nearly 60 people. Her investigation took a dangerous turn when she tried to verify details from the newspaper accounts by examining official records in the county courthouse. The sheriff's department files from 1965 were missing, apparently lost during an office renovation in the early 1990s. Property records showed that the homes and businesses owned by the missing families had been sold within months of their disappearances. But the sales had been handled through a legal process that seemed designed to obscure the actual buyers. Sarah discovered that most of the missing families' property had eventually ended up in the hands of longtime Harmony residents, often at prices well below market value. The transactions had been processed through a law firm in Topeka that had since closed, and the attorney who had handled the sales had died years earlier. The pattern suggested systematic theft of property from families who were no longer alive to protect their interests. When Sarah tried to discuss her findings with Robert Hayes, his reaction confirmed her worst suspicions about the historical committee's involvement in the cover-up. Hayes became agitated and defensive, insisting that Sarah was misinterpreting historical events and drawing conclusions that were not supported by reliable evidence. He suggested that she focus her research on more positive aspects of Harmony's development, particularly the community's achievements in agriculture and education. Hayes also mentioned that the committee had concerns about Sarah's research methods and wondered whether she was the right person to write the commemorative book. Other committee members had expressed reservations about working with an outside researcher who might not understand the community's values and priorities. Perhaps it would be better to find a local writer who had deeper connections to Harmony and greater appreciation for its traditions. Sarah understood the implicit threat in Hayes's comments, but she was determined to uncover the truth about what had happened to the missing families. She began working secretly, making copies of documents and conducting interviews outside of Harmony to avoid alerting committee members to the direction of her investigation. She also contacted law enforcement agencies to inquire about reopening the case, but was told that the statute of limitations had expired for most potential crimes and that the lack of physical evidence made prosecution impossible. Her research revealed that the disappearances in 1965 had not been an isolated incident. Similar patterns of sudden population turnover had occurred in Harmony during other periods when community cohesion had been threatened by outside influences. During the Great Depression, several families who had advocated for federal assistance programs had mysteriously relocated. In the early 1950s, supporters of racial integration had left town abruptly after the Supreme Court's desegregation decisions. The historical committee had been involved in all of these episodes, serving as the unofficial authority that determined which residents were welcome in Harmony and which posed a threat to community stability. The committee's power derived from its control over local institutions, including the school board, city council, and various business organizations. Members could effectively ostracize targeted families by denying them employment, services, and social acceptance until they had no choice but to leave. Sarah's final discovery came when she found evidence that the historical committee's activities had continued into recent decades, though with less dramatic methods than mass disappearance. Families who challenged community decisions or advocated for unwelcome changes were systematically harassed until they chose to relocate. Their departure was then explained as voluntary decisions to pursue better opportunities elsewhere, maintaining the fiction that Harmony was a harmonious community where everyone was welcome. When Sarah attempted to present her findings to law enforcement officials, she learned that several key figures in the county sheriff's department were related to current and former historical committee members. Her investigation had been monitored from the beginning, and community leaders were already taking steps to discredit her research and prevent publication of her discoveries. Sarah Mitchell never completed the commemorative history of Harmony, Kansas. She resigned from the project after receiving threats against her family and being informed that her academic position might be endangered if she continued pursuing her research. The historical committee eventually hired a local writer to produce a sanitized account of the town's development that made no mention of the missing families or the systematic elimination of dissenting residents. The commemorative book was published in time for Harmony's sesquicentennial celebration, filled with photographs of smiling families and heartwarming stories about community cooperation. Visitors to the celebration commented on how well preserved the town appeared and how friendly the residents were. Few of them realized they were walking through a community where challenging the established order could still prove fatal for those naive enough to believe that American small towns were actually the democratic, inclusive places they pretended to be. Jennifer Walsh thought she had finally found the perfect suburban paradise when she moved to Willowbrook, Ohio, in the spring of 2022. The town of 3,411 residents sat in an affluent pocket of rolling hills 30 minutes outside Columbus, where tree-lined streets wound past meticulously maintained colonial and Tudor-style homes. Every yard featured professionally landscaped gardens, and the downtown area looked like something from a lifestyle magazine with its boutique shops, artisanal coffee houses, and weekly farmers market. Jennifer had relocated from Chicago after accepting a marketing position with a technology company that allowed remote work. She was recently divorced, eager for a fresh start, and drawn to Willowbrook's reputation as a safe, family-friendly community where neighbors still looked out for one another. The house she purchased was a 1920s brick colonial on Maple Avenue, complete with a wraparound porch and a backyard garden that the previous owners had maintained with obvious pride and considerable skill. Within days of moving in, Jennifer received a handwritten invitation to join the Willowbrook Garden Club, delivered to her door by an elegant woman in her 60s who introduced herself as Victoria Sterling. The club had been founded in 1948, Victoria explained, and had grown to include most of the women in Willowbrook who took pride in their homes and gardens. Members met twice monthly for educational programs, social activities, and community service projects that kept the town looking beautiful year-round. The monthly dues were modest, Victoria said, and the club offered numerous benefits, including group discounts at local nurseries, access to gardening expertise from master gardener members, and participation in the annual home and garden tour that was Willowbrook's premier social event. More importantly, club membership provided opportunities to connect with other women who shared interests in creating beautiful living spaces and maintaining community standards that preserved property values for everyone. Jennifer was pleased to be welcomed so quickly into the community and accepted the invitation without hesitation. Her first garden club meeting was held in the social hall of the Presbyterian Church, where 35 women gathered for coffee, pastries, and a presentation about native Ohio wildflowers. The atmosphere was warm and sophisticated, with members dressed in the sort of understated expensive clothing that suggested comfortable financial circumstances without ostentation. Victoria Sterling clearly commanded respect as the club's president, a position she had held for more than a decade. She conducted meetings with parliamentary efficiency, announced upcoming events with the confidence of someone accustomed to having her decisions accepted without question, and dispensed gardening advice with the authority of genuine expertise. Other members deferred to her opinions and competed for her approval in ways that reminded Jennifer of high school social dynamics, though executed with the polish that came with decades of adult refinement. The club's community service projects were impressive in scope and impact. Members organized neighborhood cleanups, maintained flower gardens in public spaces, and coordinated with city officials to ensure that Willowbrook's standards for property maintenance were enforced consistently. The club also operated an informal welcome committee that helped new residents integrate into the community while learning about local expectations for home and garden care. Jennifer enjoyed the social aspects of club membership and found that belonging to the organization opened doors throughout Willowbrook. Shopkeepers were friendlier. Service providers gave priority to club members, and her neighbors treated her with the sort of respect that came from being accepted by the community's unofficial leadership. The garden club clearly wielded influence that extended far beyond horticulture and home decoration. Her first indication that the club's activities might include darker elements came during a discussion about a family that had recently moved away from Willowbrook. The Hendersons had lived on Jennifer Street in a beautiful Tudor revival house that should have been a perfect fit for the neighborhood's aesthetic standards. But according to whispered conversations during coffee hour, the family had struggled to maintain their property properly and had made several landscaping choices that other residents found inappropriate. The Hendersons had planted vegetables in their front yard, installed solar panels on their roof, and allowed their children to play in ways that other neighbors considered too loud and disruptive. More problematically, Mrs. Henderson had declined to join the garden club despite multiple invitations, explaining that she preferred to focus her volunteer time on environmental activism and social justice causes that she considered more important than neighborhood beautification. According to Victoria Sterling, the Hendersons had eventually realized that Willowbrook was not the right community for their lifestyle and had decided to relocate somewhere more compatible with their values. Their house had sold quickly to a lovely family who already understood the importance of maintaining neighborhood standards. Jennifer found the story troubling because she remembered the Hendersons mentioning their love for their home and their plans to live there permanently. But she assumed that circumstances had changed in ways that outsiders might not understand. Her concerns deepened when she witnessed the garden club's response to another family whose property maintenance had become problematic. The Kramers lived in a 1930s colonial that had been beautifully maintained until Mr. Kramer developed health issues that made it difficult for him to care for his extensive gardens. The couple was elderly and living on a fixed income that did not allow for professional landscaping services, so their once pristine yard gradually became overgrown and cluttered with equipment they could no longer manage. Rather than offering assistance to the struggling elderly couple, several garden club members began a campaign of subtle harassment designed to pressure them into selling their home. Anonymous complaints were filed with city code enforcement, resulting in violation notices for minor infractions that had been ignored when the property was well maintained. Neighbors began commenting loudly about declining property values whenever they passed the Kramer house, ensuring that the elderly couple could hear their disapproval. Jennifer suggested that the garden club organize volunteers to help the Kramers maintain their yard, but Victoria Sterling dismissed the idea with a cold smile. The club's mission was to preserve community standards, not to enable residents who could not meet their responsibilities. If the Kramers were no longer capable of maintaining their property properly, the kindest thing would be to help them realize that they needed to move to a more appropriate living situation. The systematic campaign against the Kramers escalated when the couple received a letter from their homeowner's insurance company, threatening to cancel their coverage due to safety hazards that had been reported by anonymous neighbors. Their property taxes were reassessed at a higher rate, despite the obvious decline in their home's condition. Contractors who had previously provided services to the couple suddenly became unavailable or dramatically increased their prices. Within 6 months, the Kramers had sold their home to a developer who renovated it extensively before selling to a young family who immediately joined the garden club and began participating enthusiastically in community activities. Jennifer never learned where the elderly couple had moved, and none of the garden club members seemed interested in maintaining contact with them after they left Willowbrook. The pattern became clear when Jennifer began paying attention to other families who had left the community during her first year in Willowbrook. In each case, the departed residents had somehow failed to meet unstated but rigorously enforced standards for property maintenance, lifestyle choices, or social participation. Families with children who were too loud, homeowners who chose unconventional landscaping, and residents who declined to participate in community organizations all eventually moved away after experiencing various forms of pressure that made their lives increasingly difficult. Jennifer's investigation into the garden club's activities took a dangerous turn when she discovered evidence of the organization's most serious crimes. While volunteering to help organize club records, she found files documenting systematic surveillance of residents who were considered problematic. The files contained photographs of properties, records of visitors and activities, and detailed notes about family dynamics and financial circumstances. Even more disturbing were records showing that garden club members had coordinated with local officials to ensure that targeted residents faced bureaucratic obstacles, tax assessments, and regulatory problems that would pressure them to relocate. The club maintained relationships with code enforcement officers, assessors, and service providers who were willing to participate in campaigns against families who did not conform to community expectations. The most shocking discovery was evidence that the garden club had been responsible for several deaths that had been classified as accidents or natural causes. Elderly residents who refused to sell their homes despite pressure campaigns had died under suspicious circumstances, often after experiencing health emergencies that prevented them from calling for help in time to survive. Jennifer found documentation of at least 6 deaths over the past decade that followed the same pattern. Elderly homeowners who had been targeted by the garden club would experience sudden health crises, often involving falls or medication errors that resulted in delayed discovery and fatal outcomes. In each case, the deceased person's property was quickly purchased by buyers who had connections to garden club members. When Jennifer tried to research these deaths by reviewing newspaper obituaries and public records, she discovered that Detective Mike O'Brien, who had investigated several of the cases, was married to a prominent garden club member. The detective had consistently concluded that the deaths were accidental, despite evidence that might have supported more thorough investigations. Jennifer realized that she had uncovered a criminal conspiracy that used the respectable facade of suburban women's organization to systematically control who was allowed to live in Willowbrook. The garden club operated as an enforcement mechanism that eliminated residents who threatened property values, social cohesion, or the established power structure that kept the community exclusive and carefully controlled. Her attempt to expose the garden club's activities nearly cost Jennifer her life. After she contacted law enforcement officials outside of Willowbrook's jurisdiction, she began experiencing the same types of harassment that had been used against other targeted residents. Her home was vandalized, her car was sabotaged, and she received anonymous threats warning her to stop spreading false accusations against respected community members. The situation escalated when Jennifer returned home from work to find that someone had entered her house and left a potted plant on her kitchen table. The plant was a beautiful arrangement of oleander flowers, which Jennifer recognized as highly poisonous. The message was clear. The garden club had the ability to enter her home at will and possessed knowledge that could be used to eliminate her if she continued threatening their operations. Jennifer contacted the FBI and provided evidence of the garden club's criminal activities, but the investigation was complicated by the organization's deep connections throughout Willowbrook's government and law enforcement agencies. Several garden club members were wives of city officials, and the organization's charitable activities had created relationships with politicians and community leaders who were reluctant to believe that their neighbors were capable of systematic murder. The federal investigation eventually resulted in arrests of Victoria Sterling and 11 other garden club members on charges including conspiracy, elder abuse, insurance fraud, and multiple counts of murder. The evidence revealed that the organization had been responsible for at least 14 deaths over 15 years, using various methods to eliminate residents who posed threats to their vision of suburban perfection. Jennifer Walsh moved away from Willowbrook before the trials concluded, unable to continue living in a community where beautification projects had provided cover for systematic elimination of unwanted neighbors. The Garden Club's legacy continues to influence the town, where property values remain high and gardens remain perfectly maintained, but where potential residents are carefully screened to ensure they understand the true cost of suburban paradise. Kevin Murphy should have known something was wrong when the invitation arrived in his mailbox on expensive letterhead bearing the Pine Valley Sportsman's Lodge crest. He had never heard of the organization despite having hunted throughout Idaho for more than 20 years. And the invitation was addressed to him personally rather than sent to the general membership of any hunting club he belonged to. The letter praised his reputation as an ethical hunter and outdoor enthusiast, extending an exclusive invitation to participate in a special hunting event that would take place on private land near Pine Valley, a remote town of 678 residents in the central part of the state. The invitation was signed by William Crenshaw, who identified himself as the lodge's master and included detailed information about lodging, meals, and equipment that would be provided during the 3-day event. Participants were asked to bring only personal clothing and hunting licenses, as all firearms, ammunition, and specialized gear would be supplied by the lodge. The fee for the event was surprisingly modest, barely enough to cover basic expenses. And the letter emphasized that this was an opportunity for serious hunters to experience something truly unique. Kevin was intrigued despite his natural skepticism about unsolicited invitations. He had recently retired from his job as a Forest Service ranger and was looking for new outdoor adventures to fill his time. The Pine Valley area was beautiful but sparsely populated, offering the kind of pristine wilderness experience that was becoming increasingly rare as Idaho's outdoor recreation industry attracted more visitors each year. He accepted the invitation and arranged to drive to Pine Valley on the designated weekend in October. The town itself was exactly what Kevin expected from a small Idaho community. Main Street consisted of a few blocks of weathered buildings housing a general store, a cafe, a gas station, and a handful of other businesses that served the needs of local ranchers and loggers. The Pine Valley Sportsman's Lodge sat on a hill overlooking the town, a massive log structure that looked like it had been built in the 1920s as a retreat for wealthy hunters from cities like Boise and Salt Lake City. Kevin was met at the lodge by William Crenshaw, a distinguished man in his 70s who carried himself with the bearing of someone accustomed to command. Crenshaw had the weathered complexion and confident manner of a lifelong outdoorsman, and his knowledge of hunting techniques and wildlife behavior was immediately apparent in their conversation. He explained that the lodge had been operating for more than 50 years, hosting exclusive hunting events for members who shared a commitment to traditional outdoor values and ethical hunting practices. The other participants in the weekend event were an interesting mix of hunters from across the western United States. They included a retired military officer from Colorado, a successful businessman from Utah, a rancher from Montana, and several other men whose outdoor experience and financial means were obvious in their conversation and equipment. All seemed to have been carefully selected for the event, though none could explain exactly how they had been identified and invited by the lodge. The first day of the event followed a traditional format that Kevin found familiar and comfortable. Participants were divided into small groups and assigned to different hunting areas on the lodge's extensive private property. The terrain was spectacular, with dense forests, alpine meadows, and steep ridges that provided opportunities to hunt elk, deer, and other game species that were abundant in the area. Kevin's group was successful in harvesting 2 elk, and the evening meal featured venison from previous hunts along with stories and camaraderie around the lodge's massive stone fireplace. The second day began to reveal disturbing aspects of the lodge's activities that Kevin had not anticipated. Rather than continuing with traditional hunting, participants were introduced to what Crenshaw described as advanced hunting techniques that tested their skills against more challenging prey. The morning briefing included detailed maps of unfamiliar terrain and references to hunting methods that seemed to go beyond normal outdoor practices. Kevin's unease grew when he was issued equipment that seemed excessive for hunting wildlife. In addition to a high-powered rifle and normal hunting gear, he was given night vision equipment, tracking devices and communication radios that suggested they would be pursuing prey that was far more dangerous than deer or elk. When Kevin asked about the unusual equipment, Crenshaw explained that the lodge specialized in hunting experiences that pushed participants to their limits and tested their skills against worthy adversaries. The hunting area for the second day was located deep in the wilderness, accessible only by four-wheel drive vehicles that transported participants to a remote staging area before dawn. Kevin found himself paired with the retired military officer, a man named Colonel Richards, who seemed familiar with the lodge's more advanced hunting techniques. Richards explained that the Pine Valley Sportsman's Lodge was known among certain hunting circles for offering experiences that could not be found anywhere else. Hunting opportunities that attracted serious outdoorsmen who were looking for the ultimate test of their skills. Kevin began to understand what those hunting opportunities involved when they encountered the first piece of evidence that they were not hunting animals. Hidden in dense brush near a creek was a campsite that showed signs of recent human habitation. The site included a tent, camping gear, and personal belongings that suggested someone had been living in the wilderness for several days. The camp appeared to have been abandoned hastily, with food still scattered around a cold fire pit and clothing left hanging from tree branches. Colonel Richards examined the campsite with professional thoroughness, pointing out details that Kevin would have missed. The person who had been living here was inexperienced in wilderness survival, Richards explained, based on poor site selection, inadequate shelter construction, and careless disposal of waste that would attract predators. More importantly, the individual was probably still in the area, having fled the campsite recently enough that tracks and other sign were still fresh. Kevin realized with growing horror that they were not hunting wildlife at all, but were participating in some kind of human hunting activity. The prey that Crenshaw had described as worthy adversaries were people, probably individuals who had been brought to the remote wilderness area specifically to be hunted by paying customers who wanted the ultimate outdoor experience. The expensive equipment, the careful selection of participants, and the remote location all made sense when viewed as components of organized human hunting rather than legitimate outdoor recreation. His attempts to withdraw from the activity were met with firm resistance from Colonel Richards, who explained that participants who discovered the true nature of the lodge's activities were not permitted to leave until the hunting event was completed. Kevin was now a witness to criminal activity that could not be allowed to report what he had seen to outside authorities. He would need to participate fully in the hunt, demonstrate his commitment to the lodge's special brotherhood, and prove that he could be trusted to maintain the secrecy that protected the organization's operations. The hunt continued throughout the day as Kevin and Colonel Richards tracked their human prey through increasingly rugged terrain. Their quarry was a young woman who had been surviving in the wilderness for several days, probably after being released with minimal equipment and told that she would be hunted by armed men who considered her elimination a recreational activity. Kevin could see evidence of her growing desperation in the tracks and campsites they discovered. Signs that she was becoming exhausted and making increasingly poor decisions in her efforts to evade capture. Kevin tried to sabotage the hunt by providing false information about tracks and suggesting wrong directions when Colonel Richards consulted him about their prey's likely movements. But Richards was experienced enough to recognize Kevin's deception, and by afternoon it became clear that Kevin's own survival might depend on his cooperation. Richards made subtle but unmistakable threats about what happened to lodge participants who proved unreliable or who threatened the organization's security. The hunt reached its climax near sunset when they tracked their prey to a rocky outcrop where she had taken shelter in a small cave. Colonel Richards positioned Kevin to block one escape route while he approached the cave from another direction, intending to force the woman into the open where she could be easily shot. Kevin found himself facing an impossible choice between participating in murder or risking his own life by refusing to cooperate with the hunt. His decision was made when Game Warden Lisa Zhang appeared unexpectedly on the ridge above their position, apparently investigating reports of illegal hunting activity in the area. Zhang was armed and clearly suspicious of what she had observed, demanding identification from Kevin and Colonel Richards while positioning herself to cover both men with her sidearm. Kevin realized that the game warden's arrival provided his only opportunity to escape from the hunting lodge's criminal activities and expose what he had witnessed. Kevin quickly explained to Lisa Zhang that he had been deceived about the nature of the hunting event and that there was a woman hiding in the cave who was being hunted by lodge members. Colonel Richards tried to convince the game warden that Kevin was suffering from altitude sickness and confusion, but Zhang was experienced enough to recognize the signs of criminal activity when she saw them. She radioed for backup while maintaining control over both men, and within hours, the remote hunting area was swarming with law enforcement officers. The investigation that followed revealed the full scope of the Pine Valley Sportsman's Lodge's criminal operations. The organization had been operating a human hunting business for more than 15 years, kidnapping victims from other states and transporting them to Idaho, where wealthy clients paid enormous fees to hunt them through remote wilderness areas. The victims were typically homeless individuals, runaway teenagers, and other people whose disappearances would not trigger immediate law enforcement investigations. Lodge Master William Crenshaw and 17 other members were arrested on charges including kidnapping, human trafficking, conspiracy, and multiple counts of murder. The investigation revealed that the lodge had been responsible for the deaths of at least 43 people over 15 years, operating under the cover of a legitimate hunting organization while providing the ultimate outdoor experience for clients who had grown bored with hunting animals. Kevin Murphy's testimony was crucial in convicting the lodge members, but the experience left him unable to continue hunting for recreation. He had discovered that his beloved outdoor activities could be perverted into something monstrous by people who viewed human life as just another form of game to be pursued and killed for entertainment. The Pine Valley Sportsman's Lodge building still stands on its hill overlooking the town, but it has been abandoned since the arrests, serving as a reminder that even the most respected community organizations can hide unspeakable evil behind facades of tradition and respectability. The small town of Pine Valley has struggled to recover from the revelation that one of its most prominent institutions was actually a criminal enterprise that murdered dozens of innocent people. Many residents had known about the lodge's exclusive hunting events but had never suspected that the wealthy visitors were paying to hunt human beings rather than wildlife. The economic impact of losing the lodge's business has been devastating for local merchants and service providers who had depended on the income generated by the organization's activities. Game Warden Lisa Zhang received commendations for her role in exposing the lodge's crimes, but she too was affected by the discovery that a trusted community institution had been operating a systematic murder business. Her investigation revealed that several local officials had been aware of suspicious activities at the lodge but had chosen to ignore them because of the economic benefits the organization brought to the community. The corruption and willful blindness that had enabled the lodge's operations for so many years demonstrated how easily small communities could become complicit in unspeakable crimes, when those crimes were committed by wealthy and respected organizations. Michelle Thompson had been looking for meaningful volunteer work since moving to Maplewood, Wisconsin, a picturesque town of 1,189 residents nestled among rolling hills covered with maple and oak forests. Her husband's promotion had brought them from Milwaukee to this charming community where Main Street was lined with well-preserved 19th century buildings and neighbors still waved to each other from their front porches. Michelle had always believed in giving back to the community, and the Maplewood Service League seemed like the perfect organization to channel her desire to help others. The Service League had been operating for more than 30 years, providing a wide range of charitable services to families in need throughout the region. Their programs included a food pantry, emergency assistance for families facing financial crises, after-school tutoring for struggling students, and a summer camp program that served children from low-income households. The organization was highly respected throughout central Wisconsin, regularly receiving grants from foundations and government agencies that recognized their effective work addressing poverty and social problems in rural communities. Hannah Brooks, the Service League's executive director, was an impressive woman in her 50s who had dedicated her career to nonprofit work. She had founded the organization after recognizing that small towns like Maplewood often lacked the social services available in larger cities, leaving vulnerable families with nowhere to turn when they encountered difficulties. Under her leadership, the Service League had grown from a small volunteer group into a professionally managed organization with an annual budget of more than $2 million in programs that served hundreds of families each year. Michelle was immediately impressed by the scope and effectiveness of the Service League's work when she attended her first volunteer orientation session. The organization operated out of a converted warehouse on the outskirts of town, with separate areas for food distribution, clothing donations, administrative offices, and program activities. The facility was bustling with activity as volunteers sorted donations, prepared meals, and coordinated services for clients who arrived throughout the day seeking assistance. Hannah Brooks explained that the Service League served families from a wide geographic area, including many clients who traveled from other counties to access services that were not available in their home communities. The organization had developed a reputation for providing help without judgment, offering assistance to anyone who needed it regardless of their circumstances or background. This approach had made the Service League particularly effective at reaching families who might be reluctant to seek help from government agencies or traditional charities. Michelle was assigned to work with the organization's Family Assistance Program, which provided emergency help to households facing immediate crises such as eviction, utility shutoffs, or medical emergencies. Her role involved interviewing clients to assess their needs, connecting them with appropriate resources, and following up to ensure that the assistance had been effective. The work was emotionally demanding but deeply rewarding, as Michelle was able to see the immediate impact of her efforts on families who were struggling to survive. During her first few weeks as a volunteer, Michelle was struck by the number of families with children who sought help from the Service League. Many of these families were headed by single mothers who were working multiple jobs but still unable to make ends meet in an economy that offered few opportunities for people without college degrees. The children in these families often showed signs of chronic stress and malnutrition, and Michelle was moved by their resilience in the face of circumstances that would challenge most adults. Hannah Brooks seemed particularly committed to helping children, often spending extra time with young clients and ensuring that they received not just material assistance, but also emotional support and encouragement. She frequently mentioned her own difficult childhood in conversations with volunteers, explaining that her personal experiences had motivated her to dedicate her life to protecting vulnerable children from the kind of trauma and neglect she had endured. This personal connection to the work made her an inspiring leader who attracted dedicated volunteers and generous donors. Michelle's first indication that something was wrong with the Service League's operations came when she noticed inconsistencies in the way certain families were treated by the organization. Some clients received extensive assistance and ongoing support, while others were provided with minimal help and seemed to be discouraged from returning for additional services. The differences did not seem to be based on need or circumstances, as some of the families who received less assistance appeared to be in more desperate situations than those who received preferential treatment. When Michelle asked Hannah Brooks about these disparities, she was told that the organization had to make difficult decisions about resource allocation and that some families were better able to benefit from assistance than others. Families who demonstrated commitment to improving their situations and who followed the Service League's recommendations were more likely to receive ongoing support, while those who seemed unable or unwilling to make positive changes were provided with temporary help but not long-term investment. Michelle found this explanation troubling because it seemed to contradict the Service League's stated mission of helping anyone who needed assistance. She began paying closer attention to which families received different levels of service and gradually realized that the pattern was more disturbing than simple resource allocation decisions. Families with children who were particularly attractive or well-behaved seemed to receive more attention from Hannah Brooks and other staff members, while families with children who were shy, traumatized, or difficult to manage were often provided with minimal assistance. Her concerns deepened when she noticed that some of the children who participated in the Service League's programs seemed to develop unusually close relationships with staff members and volunteers. These children would arrive early for activities and stay late after programs ended, spending time in private conversations with adults who showed them special attention and provided them with gifts and privileges that were not available to other participants. Michelle recognized these patterns from her training as a teacher, where she had learned to identify potential signs of inappropriate relationships between adults and children. The situation became more alarming when Michelle discovered that the Service League maintained detailed files on all the families they served, including photographs and personal information that seemed to go far beyond what was necessary for providing assistance. The files contained observations about family dynamics, assessments of parents' capabilities and reliability, and detailed descriptions of children's personalities, appearance, and behavior. Some files included notes about which children might be suitable for the organization's special programs that were not described in any of the Service League's public materials. Michelle's investigation into these special programs revealed that the Service League was operating activities that were not disclosed to volunteers, donors, or the families they served. Children who were identified as suitable candidates were invited to participate in overnight camps, weekend trips, and other activities that removed them from their families for extended periods. These programs were described to parents as educational and recreational opportunities that would benefit children who came from disadvantaged backgrounds, but the actual activities were not documented in any materials that Michelle could access. When Michelle tried to learn more about these special programs by asking other volunteers, she encountered evasive responses and suggestions that she should focus on her assigned duties rather than asking questions about activities that did not concern her. Hannah Brooks became noticeably cooler toward Michelle after she began inquiring about the undisclosed programs, and other staff members seemed to be monitoring her interactions with clients and her access to organizational records. Michelle's breakthrough came when she was approached by a former client whose daughter had participated in one of the Service League's special programs several years earlier. The woman had been reluctant to speak about her experiences with the organization, but she had become increasingly concerned about what had happened to her daughter during the time she had spent in the Service League's care. The child had returned from the special programs changed, exhibiting signs of trauma and refusing to discuss what had occurred during her participation. The former client explained that several other families had similar experiences with children who had participated in the Service League's special programs. The children had been selected based on their vulnerability and their families' desperate need for assistance, making it unlikely that parents would ask difficult questions or make complaints about the organization's activities. The programs had provided opportunities for adults to abuse children who had no other sources of support and whose families were dependent on the Service League's assistance. Michelle realized that the Service League was operating as a front for a child trafficking and abuse network that used charitable programs to identify and access vulnerable children. The organization's reputation for helping families in need provided perfect cover for criminal activities, as parents were grateful for assistance and unlikely to question the motives of people who were providing their children with opportunities they could not afford. The detailed files maintained by the organization were actually profiles used to select children for abuse and to assess their families' likelihood of reporting suspicious activities. Her attempt to report these discoveries to local law enforcement was complicated by the fact that Police Chief Anthony Silva was a longtime supporter of the Service League who had received several community service awards from the organization. Silva was reluctant to investigate Michelle's allegations, suggesting that she had misunderstood the Service League's activities and was making unfounded accusations against respected community members who had dedicated their lives to helping others. Michelle's investigation revealed that the Service League's criminal activities extended beyond child abuse to include systematic financial fraud that had been ongoing for years. The organization had been claiming to serve far more families than they actually assisted, inflating their numbers to qualify for larger grants and donations. Money that was supposed to provide services to needy families was being diverted to support the special programs and to pay for activities that had nothing to do with legitimate charitable work. Even more disturbing was evidence that children who had been abused through the Service League's programs were sometimes permanently removed from their families through fraudulent reports to Child Protective Services. The organization would claim that parents were unfit or abusive, providing false documentation to support their allegations and ensuring that children were placed in foster care situations controlled by Service League members. These children essentially disappeared into a system designed to make them permanently available for continued abuse. Michelle contacted federal law enforcement agencies when it became clear that local authorities were either unwilling or unable to investigate the Service League's activities. The FBI investigation that followed revealed that the organization had been operating a sophisticated child trafficking network for more than 15 years, using their legitimate charitable programs as cover for systematic abuse of vulnerable children. Hannah Brooks and 12 other Service League staff members and volunteers were arrested on charges including child trafficking, sexual abuse, fraud, and conspiracy. The investigation revealed that the organization had abused more than 60 children over 15 years, using their positions of trust and authority to exploit families who had nowhere else to turn for help. Michelle Thompson's courage in exposing the Service League's criminal activities saved countless children from future abuse, but the experience left her permanently changed by the discovery that trusted community organizations could be used as weapons against the most vulnerable members of society. The Service League building in Maplewood still stands empty, its windows boarded up as a reminder that even the most respected charitable organizations can hide unspeakable evil behind facades of compassion and community service. The town of Maplewood has struggled to recover from the revelation that one of its most celebrated organizations was actually a criminal enterprise that preyed on children and families who needed help the most. Many residents had volunteered with the Service League or donated money to support their programs, and the discovery that their good intentions had been manipulated to enable child abuse has left the community questioning whether they can trust any organization that claims to be helping others. The children and families who were victimized by the Service League continue to deal with the trauma of their experiences, knowing that people they trusted and depended on were actually using their vulnerability to cause them harm. The case has become a cautionary tale about the importance of oversight and accountability in charitable organizations and the need for communities to remain vigilant about protecting their most vulnerable members from those who would exploit their trust and desperation. James Patterson had always been fascinated by genealogy, spending his weekends tracing family trees and documenting the stories of ancestors who had lived and died long before his birth. When he inherited his grandmother's collection of family documents and photographs, he decided to research the Patterson family history in depth, hoping to create a comprehensive record that future generations could treasure. His investigation led him to Blackwater, North Carolina, a small town of 1,045 residents where his great-great-grandfather had settled in the 1890s after immigrating from Scotland. Blackwater sat in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains, surrounded by dense forests and rolling farmland that had changed little since the town's founding. The community had been built around a lumber mill that processed timber from the surrounding mountains, and many of the original families still owned property that had been in their possession for more than a century. Main Street retained its 19th century character, with brick buildings housing businesses that served both local residents and tourists who visited the area for its scenic beauty and historical significance. The Blackwater Heritage Foundation operated out of a restored Victorian mansion that served as both a museum and research center for anyone interested in the town's history. The foundation had been established in 1964 by prominent local families who wanted to preserve documents, artifacts, and stories that documented the community's development from a frontier logging camp into a stable agricultural town. Margaret Caldwell, the foundation's current director, was a distinguished woman in her 70s whose own family had been among Blackwater's original settlers. James was welcomed warmly when he contacted the foundation about researching his family history. Margaret Caldwell personally guided him through their extensive archives, which included birth and death records, property deeds, business ledgers, and thousands of photographs that chronicled life in Blackwater from its earliest days. The foundation maintained detailed genealogical records for most of the families who had lived in the area, creating a comprehensive database that researchers could use to trace connections between different branches of their family trees. The Patterson family records were particularly extensive, documenting 5 generations of births, marriages, deaths, and property transactions that painted a detailed picture of how James's ancestors had lived and worked in the Blackwater area. His great-great-grandfather had arrived with very little money but had gradually accumulated land and built a successful farming operation that had supported his descendants for decades. The family had been active in community affairs, serving on church boards, school committees, and various civic organizations that had shaped the town's development. James was impressed by the foundation's meticulous record-keeping and their obvious dedication to preserving local history. Margaret Caldwell seemed to know intimate details about every family that had ever lived in Blackwater, and her stories brought the dry facts in the archives to life with anecdotes about personalities, relationships, and events that had shaped the community's character. She encouraged James to spend as much time as needed going through the records, offering to help him understand the context behind the documents he was discovering. During his research, James began to notice patterns in the foundation's records that seemed unusual for a typical small town. Certain families appeared to have unusually detailed documentation, with records that tracked not just basic vital statistics but also personality traits, talents, health conditions, and other characteristics that seemed to go beyond normal genealogical research. Some files included photographs and notes that documented multiple generations of the same families, creating profiles that resembled breeding records more than family histories. Even more unusual was the foundation's practice of maintaining what they called connection maps that traced relationships between different families going back several generations. These elaborate charts showed not just marriages and direct family relationships, but also more distant connections, including friendships, business partnerships, and other associations that had linked various families over time. The maps were incredibly detailed, suggesting that the foundation had invested enormous effort in tracking even minor connections between community members. James's curiosity was piqued when he discovered that his own family was featured prominently in these connection maps, with detailed notations about Patterson family members going back to his great-great-grandfather's arrival in Blackwater. The maps showed connections to dozens of other families in the area, creating a web of relationships that seemed to encompass virtually everyone who had ever lived in the town. Some of the notations included references to characteristics and abilities that had been passed down through different family lines, as if the foundation was tracking genetic traits across multiple generations. When James asked Margaret Caldwell about these unusual records, she explained that the foundation took a comprehensive approach to documenting local history. Understanding the connections between families was essential for preserving the full story of how the community had developed, and tracking characteristics across generations helped explain why certain families had been particularly successful or influential in the town's affairs. The Foundation's mission was to ensure that future researchers would have access to complete information about their ancestors and their place in the community's history. James found this explanation plausible until he began to notice references in the Foundation's records to families who had apparently been encouraged or required to form marriages based on recommendations from community leaders. The records contained correspondence between prominent families discussing potential marriages between their children, with detailed analysis of how such unions would benefit the community's genetic heritage. Some letters were quite explicit about the goal of ensuring that desirable traits were passed down to future generations while preventing marriages that might introduce unwanted characteristics. The pattern became even more disturbing when James discovered records showing that families who refused to follow the Foundation's marriage recommendations sometimes faced social and economic pressure that forced them to leave Blackwater entirely. Property records showed that non-compliant families had often sold their land at below-market prices to Foundation board members or their allies, suggesting that economic coercion had been used to enforce compliance with the community's breeding program. James realized that the Blackwater Heritage Foundation was not simply preserving local history, but had been operating a systematic program to control which families remained in the community and who they were allowed to marry. The Foundation's extensive genealogical records were actually breeding charts designed to maintain genetic lines that the organization's leadership considered desirable, while eliminating families whose characteristics were deemed problematic or inferior. His investigation revealed that this program had been operating for more than 60 years, with Foundation leaders serving as unofficial matchmakers who arranged marriages between young people whose family lines were considered genetically compatible. Children who refused to marry according to the Foundation's recommendations were often ostracized from the community, denied employment opportunities, and pressured to relocate to areas where their genetic heritage would not contaminate the carefully maintained bloodlines of Blackwater's founding families. Even more horrifying was James's discovery that the Foundation had been involved in systematic elimination of individuals whose genetic makeup was considered undesirable. The records contained documentation of suspicious deaths, unexplained disappearances, and forced institutionalizations that had removed dozens of people from the community over the decades. Individuals with physical disabilities, mental illness, or other conditions that the Foundation considered genetic defects had been systematically eliminated to prevent them from reproducing and passing their characteristics to future generations. The Foundation's activities extended beyond controlling marriages to include monitoring the health and development of all children born in the community. The organization maintained detailed records of every child's physical and mental characteristics, identifying those who showed signs of undesirable traits that needed to be addressed before they reached reproductive age. Children who were deemed genetically inferior were often removed from their families through fabricated reports to social services, then placed in institutions where they could not reproduce. James's research revealed that his own family had been participants in this breeding program for generations, with Patterson marriages carefully arranged to enhance desired genetic traits, while avoiding combinations that might produce unwanted characteristics. His grandparents, his parents, and even his own birth had been planned and approved by Foundation leaders who had analyzed the genetic heritage of both family lines to ensure that the union would produce offspring with the desired physical and mental attributes. The realization that his entire family history had been manipulated by a secret breeding program was devastating enough. But James's investigation revealed an even more disturbing truth about the Foundation's ultimate goals. The organization was not simply trying to improve the genetic makeup of Blackwater's population, but was part of a larger network that was conducting genetic experiments designed to create superior human beings for use by powerful individuals and organizations outside the community. The Foundation's carefully maintained bloodlines were actually breeding stock for a human trafficking operation that provided genetically superior individuals to wealthy clients who wanted children with specific physical and mental characteristics. Young people who had been bred according to the Foundation's specifications were systematically removed from Blackwater through fake opportunities, arranged marriages to outsiders, or outright kidnapping, then delivered to buyers who had paid enormous sums for access to genetically engineered human beings. James discovered records showing that dozens of Blackwater residents had been sold over the decades, their disappearances explained as voluntary relocations or educational opportunities that had taken them to other parts of the country. In reality, these individuals had been delivered to buyers who wanted servants, surrogate mothers, organ donors, or subjects for medical experimentation, with their genetic heritage carefully documented to ensure that purchasers received exactly what they had ordered. The Foundation's breeding program had created multiple generations of individuals who had been specifically designed to meet the demands of various markets for genetically superior human beings. Some family lines had been bred for physical strength and endurance, others for intelligence and creativity, and still others for specific physical characteristics that were valued by particular buyers. The entire community of Blackwater had essentially become a human breeding farm operated under the cover of historical preservation and genealogical research. When James attempted to expose the Foundation's activities, he discovered that town clerk Diana Foster was actually Margaret Caldwell's daughter and a key participant in the breeding program's administrative operations. Foster had been responsible for maintaining the official records that concealed the Foundation's criminal activities, creating false documentation that supported the cover stories used to explain disappearances and forced relocations. James's investigation was interrupted when he was approached by Foundation security personnel who had been monitoring his research activities. The Foundation had discovered that he was asking too many questions and accessing records that revealed the true nature of their operations. James was informed that he would need to become a permanent resident of Blackwater, where his continued research activities could be properly supervised and his genetic heritage could contribute to the community's breeding program. The confrontation with Foundation personnel convinced James that he was in immediate danger and needed to escape from Blackwater before he became another victim of their human trafficking operation. He managed to copy the most damaging records and flee the town under cover of darkness, eventually reaching federal law enforcement agencies that were already investigating reports of missing persons and human trafficking activities in rural North Carolina. The FBI investigation that followed revealed that the Blackwater Heritage Foundation had been operating one of the most sophisticated human breeding and trafficking networks ever discovered in the United States. Margaret Caldwell, Diana Foster, and 19 other Foundation members were arrested on charges including human trafficking, kidnapping, conspiracy, and murder. The investigation revealed that the organization had been responsible for the disappearance of more than 130 people over 50 years, using their genealogical research activities as cover for systematic breeding and sale of human beings. James Patterson never returned to Blackwater after testifying at the trials that eventually convicted the Foundation leadership. His genealogical research had revealed that his family's entire history had been fabricated and manipulated by criminals who had used genetic engineering to create human beings for sale to the highest bidders. The discovery that even his own existence had been planned and controlled by traffickers left him questioning